I'm only good at one thing, Quran. And over the past 10 years, I've completed the Quran over 100 times. And I've helped 18,122 students with their Quran. Every single day people message me and they ask for me to be their mentor, to teach them. Some even offering £900 for me to teach them for a single day. But I don't want to charge. Learning the Quran should be free. So I'm going to give you everything you need to learn how to read the Quran, to become fluent in the Quran, to learn tajweed about the Quran, and also memorizing the Quran for absolutely free. But if you can't stay on this video for more than 5 minutes before clicking off, I've got something to tell you. You're not going to make it. In this video, over the next 2 hours, I'm going to be explaining every single thing that you need, which I have gathered for the past 10 years in order for you to learn how to read the Quran just like the Prophet ﷺ. Hopefully unlocking ways in which you can become closer to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, the very thing which shaitan does not want you to do. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. In the name of Allah, all praises are due to Allah, and peace and salutations be upon the final and last messenger, Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wasallam. Welcome to Arabic Principles. Today's session is an introductory session so that you can get comfortable with myself, the book, and the format of these sessions throughout this course, so that you can maximize the benefit out of it. The book that we are covering is called Al-Qa'idatu Al-Madaniyah, translated to the Arabic Reading Principles, written by the Sheikh Abdul Muhsin Ibn Muhammad Al-Qasim, who is the current Imam and Khatib of the Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam's Masjid in Medina. In this book, we will be covering how to read the Arabic language. That's it. And the reason I've chosen this book specifically is because I was once a person, probably like yourself right now, who used to struggle reading the Quran. At the time, I didn't understand why, right? And don't judge me here. I'm going to share a little story with you. Bear in mind, I was small, I was a child. When I first started to read the Quran, everybody else around me was zooming past the pages, and I was like, oh wow, why am I so slow? Right? So as any kid would do, which is wrong, right, I would just, instead of turning one page, I would turn 3 or 4 pages, just so I can keep track with everybody else in the similar time and whatnot. But then as I grew older, I realized, that's not right. This is the Kalam Allah, these are the words of Allah. Who am I cheating but myself? If I want to read these words correctly and get the reward in Al-Jannah, inshaAllah ta'ala, and be safe from the punishment of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, then let me learn how to recite these words, the words of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, correctly. And therefore, I went through a qa'idah. And this is from the best ones which I have seen whilst looking throughout what the market has to offer, right? So in today's session, there's no rules, there's no lessons. Rather, we're just going to get you used to the format, the style, like I mentioned before. And with that all being said, we've just got 3 more things to mention for this session. Firstly, that is this book. What are the chapters in this book? Secondly, I'm going to explain the actual format of each lesson moving forward. And thirdly, what's expected from yourself, because I can try my utmost best to make this course beneficial, put a lot of value into it, but at the end of the day, it's you who will need to open up and be able to take that all in, and I'm going to try my best to help you do that, as long as you follow that which I mentioned for you to do. Okay, the chapters in this book, they are 13, and I would like you to write them all down. They are in Arabic, but I will just translate them into English for you. Okay, the first chapter is the Arabic alphabet. Make sure write them down, please. The second chapter, just to mention again, the first chapter is the Arabic alphabet. The second chapter is vowels. The third chapter is some words you cannot translate. So for example, this word I'm not going to translate. Tanween. And you might see it written in English here or whatnot, so don't get too confused with the spelling. As long as you know how to say it, that's the main thing, right? Tanween. The fourth chapter is Shadda and vowels. Shadda with vowels rather. The fifth chapter is Shadda with Tanween. The sixth chapter is Hamzatul Qat and Hamzatul Wasl. Bear in mind, if you don't know what these are, that's the thing, right? You're not supposed to know what these are. And if you do know, no worries, it's good to revise. But if you don't get too confused. Everything that we mentioned right now, these are the topics that we're going to study in the future. The seventh chapter, Al-Maddu Al-Tabi'i. The eighth chapter, Alif after the plural Wow. The ninth chapter, At-Ta Marbuta. The 10th chapter, Lamul Qamriya and Lam Ash-Shamsiya. Chapter 11, reading words. Chapter 12, the phonetics or the punctuation of the Mus'haf. And chapter 13, Arabic numbers. Right, so those are the chapters throughout this book. Make sure you write all 13 down. If I went too fast, go back, listen to them again, write them down. Really, really important. Next, we need to understand how the lessons are going to work. So moving forward from our next session, there's going to be a chunk of principles that we're learning, right? Because these are Arabic reading principles. And these principles are what will allow you to recite the Quran and other Islamic texts properly, proficiently, and which will aid you in other aspects, not just reading, but also understanding, memorizing, implementation, okay? So the way we're going to do this is that in each lesson, or rather in each chapter, they are divided into lessons. And in each lesson, we're going to try cover one lesson in one session, right, of recording. And in that session, we'll be going through the principle, right, Arabic, trying to understand and break it down into English for you to understand. And also there's going to be the element of you reading it yourself. So I'm going to read it, I'm going to teach it, I'm going to explain it, and you physically yourself should be also following along. So whatever exercises there are for us to do, we'll do it. Any explanation that is required, we will also do it, okay? Those are the two main things. Explanation of the principle, and then implementation of the principle, okay? Explanation and implementation. Okay, then last and finally, for this introductory session, is what is expected from yourself, the one who wants to learn the reading of the Arabic language. Now, there are three things which is required from you, inshallah. With the exception of the introduction, you need to watch every single session minimum 3 times. Remember, you're here to focus, you're here to learn. You're here to change your life when it comes to reading the Quran properly. And if you want to do that correctly, then you need to be serious. Watching the session once, you will not grasp it enough. Watching it twice, you might feel okay. Watching it 3 times, I've seen, you will inshallah find it more better. And you will find it more solidified. That's the first thing. Second thing, whenever I'm reading something in Arabic, because remember we're learning Arabic reading principles, make sure you repeat it. Make sure you repeat any Arabic principle I read, any Arabic words or letters or anything Arabic I say, repeat it all the time. Don't ever think, okay, I already said this one before. No, all the time, always say it. Whether I remind you during the lesson or I don't, make sure you yourself, you're always saying it on your tongue. And then lastly, the final reminder for yourself, or the final aspect which is expected from you, is that you complete the homework which is set in the lesson before you move on to the next. And that homework will be specifically mentioned during each session. Okay. Usually it will be a reading exercise or a reading quiz or test. Before you move on to the next lesson, make sure you're able to complete that homework properly. With that said, my dear brother or sister, may Allah bless you fi dunya wal akhirah, make you from the people of the Quran, and make you from the people of knowledge, and may He subhanahu wa ta'ala allow us to be from those people who act upon that knowledge as well. I'll see you in our very first session in the book Al-Qa'idatu Al-Madaniyah. If you don't have the physical book, then firstly you can get it for free when you visit the Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam's masjid in Medina. And if you're unable to do that, feel free to find it in the materials page which I've created, and I've put it there for you. And I'll see you guys in our first session, inshallah. Until then, assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Subhanakallahumma wa bihamdika, ashhadu an la ilaha illa anta, astaghfiruka wa atubu ilayk. Bismillah walhamdulillah wa salatu wa salam ala rasulillah, amma ba'd. Chapter number 1, we are going through the Arabic letters, the Arabic alphabet. Okay, now the first session in every chapter is going to be an introduction to the actual chapter itself, so that you can correctly identify all the goals of that chapter, just the way the Shaykh has done it in the book itself. Okay, we're going to try our utmost best throughout the duration of this course to stay as much as possible in line to this book. So without further delay, the goals for chapter number 1, which revolves around the Arabic letters, are as follows. That firstly, goal number 1, you know the Arabic letters. They are in Arabic here, right? The goals are written in Arabic. I'm just going to try my best to translate them for you guys, okay? First one, you know the Arabic letters. Number 2, you're able to read the Arabic letters correctly. Number 3, you are able to recognize the different Arabic letters. Number 4, you're able to recognize the different types, or the different variations of the same letter. You're able to recognize the different variations of the same letter. Number 5, you know about the letter Hamza, its shapes, and how to read it. The next, you learn or you know about Hamza Mamduda, and like I mentioned in the last session, Arabic terms which you don't know how to spell, I will try my best to put them up here for you so that you can copy them down in English. But the goal is, like we mentioned, or the purpose is that by the end of this session, or by the end of the course, you won't need to write down in Arabic anymore. Hopefully you can hear these Arabic terms and you know exactly what we're speaking about. And then the last and final, I believe number 7, goal of this chapter is that you know about Alif Maqsura. Get those headings and goals understood properly, so that when it comes to the appropriate lesson, you know what we're trying to tackle and what we are going to be learning. With that being said, let's move on to our first and proper session in this course. Subhanakallahumma bihamdik, ashhadu an la ilaha illa ant, astaghfiruka wa atubu ilayk. Bismillah walhamdulillah wa salatu wa salam ala rasulillahi, amma ba'd. We've taken a lot of introduction, we've taken a lot of explanation. It's time to actually start learning how to read Arabic now. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Let's do this. Our first lesson in chapter number 1, we are revolving around the Arabic letters or Arabic alphabet. The first thing that you need to know, make sure you write it down, you commit it to memory. There are 29 Arabic letters. There are 29 Arabic letters. The second thing that you need to know about the Arabic letters, or the Arabic script in general, is that we read from right to left. Okay, so this will be our first letter, and we'll move on like this. Hopefully you guys can see my cursor. Instead of, unlike English rather, where we start from the left and we go to the right. So Arabic from right to left. Okay, now that we know those two things, the main core of this lesson is that you are able to understand the name, shape and sound for every single Arabic letter. The name, shape, sound for every single Arabic letter. This is the most important lesson that you will face when it comes to learning how to read Arabic. The most important. Everything else is like cherry on the top. This is the core. This is the main piece of the puzzle, right? Not the cherry on top of the cake. This is the cake. Right? If this is weak, then your entire Arabic reading is going to be weak. So make sure you learn this lesson properly, you understand it correctly. The way we're going to do this lesson is I'm going to read the name of this letter in Arabic. You're going to repeat it. At the same time, you're going to look at the shape of that letter whilst you're saying the name. And then after we've done that with all the letters, we're going to come back again and do the exact same thing, but with the sound of the letters instead, okay? Right, this is going to be one of the longer lessons in the entire course, but please pay attention and focus. Right, let's begin. The first letter, it is called Alif. Alif. Next letter, Ba. Ba. Next letter, Ta. Ta. Next letter, Tha. Tha. I want you to be listening to what I'm doing and also look at what I'm doing, okay? Tha. And you would notice, by the way, I'm going to take this lesson really slow so that you guys can understand everything completely. You do have, for the letters Ba, Ta and Tha, the main body of the letter is more or less the same, right? But the only difference is the dots. For the letter Ba, is underneath the letter. For the letter Ta, there are two dots and they're on top of the letter. The letter Tha, they're also on top of the letter, but there's three dots this time. So these are the small things that you need to pay attention to and commit to memory. The more quick you do that, the more quick you will be able to read the Quran, inshallah. Okay, carrying on, next slide. Jim. Jim. Then we have the letter Ha. Ha. Then the letter Kha. Kha. Then the letter Dal. Dal. Next letter Dhal. Dhal. Look at where my tongue is. Dhal. Next letter Ra. Ra. Next letter Za. Za. And you notice about these two letters that they are more or less exactly the same. The only difference, letter Za has a dot on the top, right? Next letter we have the letter Sin. Sin. The next letter Sheen. Sheen. Again, you would notice the only difference between these two letters is that the letter Sheen has three dots extra on top. Then we have the letter Sad. Sad. And then the letter Dad. Dad. Again, they sound similar, right? They both end in that odd sound. One is Sad, this one, and one is Dad, this one. And as for what they look like, then the letter Dad has a dot on top. Okay, next we have the letter Ta. Ta. Then Va. Va. As you can see, they sound similar, the ending, and the only difference in the writing is that the letter Va has a dot on top. Then you have the letter Ain. Ain. Sometimes considered to be the hardest letters for English speakers to pronounce, because we have nothing like this in the Arabic, in the English language. So Ain, the best way I like to describe it is, if you've ever vomited, the feeling, the sound that you make whilst the food is traveling up your throat, that's the letter Ain. It sounds as if you're going to vomit. Ah, ah. Okay? Ayn. Next letter, ghain. This letter you don't need to try to vomit. It's just ghain, ghain. Okay? The difference between the shape, look at it. Ayn, no dot. Ghain does have a dot. And then we have the letter fa with the lip, not with the tongue. Some people do it with the tongue, with the lip. Fa, fa. Not with the skin here. Excuse me. Not with the skin here, but on the lip. Fa, fa, fa. And then qaf, qaf, kaf. Qaf, kaf. Don't get them confused, okay? Qaf, kaf. Qaf, kaf. Next letter, lam, lam. This one's pretty easy. English speakers love this letter. Why? Because it looks like the letter L, but if it was flipped on its side, and it has the exact same sound. Lam. And our final few letters, mim, mim. Next, noon, noon. Next, ha, ha. Next, wow, wow. And finally, the letter ya, ya. Okay, I did say we're going to be taking the sounds as well in this lesson, but I just think it's going to be too long. So we're going to leave it here for this first session. You should know the name and the shapes of each letter. The homework for you before you move on to the next letter with regards to the sounds is that I want you to be able to read the entire alphabet off by memory, and that you're able to write it out fully off by memory. That is how strong your Arabic alphabet needs to be, okay? It doesn't need to look the neatest, it doesn't need to look amazing. As long as you know what the letter looks like and you know what it sounds like, you know what the name is, the name. Really, really important that we differentiate between the two, sound and name. So as long as you know what the letter looks like and you know the name of that letter, then you are good to move on to the next lesson. Until then, please do not move forward, as you will be, as we say in English, shooting yourself in the foot. You're going to set your own self up for failure. Okay, with that being said, we'll leave it here for today's session, and I'll take you guys on to the next one, or rather I look forward to seeing you guys in the next one. سبحانك اللهم وبحمدك أشهد أن لا إله إلا أنت أستغفرك وأتوب إليك. بسم الله والحمد لله والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله أما بعد. Our second lesson in the Arabic alphabet is the sound of the Arabic letters. Hopefully you have completed that task where you can name all the letters and write them by memory. If you can do that, then this lesson is going to be a walk in the park. The main thing about Arabic letters is not the name, it's the sound. We need the sound. We're focusing on the sound, because when we are reading, we read with the sound. We don't read with the name. It's similar in English, right? For example, right here I have a book. Right? If I was to spell the word book in English, I would say B-O-O-K. But I don't go around and saying, oh, can somebody pass me the B-O-O-K? I don't go around doing that, right? Same thing in Arabic. We don't go around just spelling the letters, right? So know the difference between the name and the sound. What we actually do in Arabic, likewise in English, we use the sound of the letter. For example, we say B, double O means k, book, right? Or for example, pen, I don't say P-E-N, or pass me the P-E-N, I rather say P-E-N, pen. Likewise, we're going to be doing the same thing in the Arabic language. So let's learn the sounds of these letters, inshallah. As for the letter Alif, its sound is ah. Letter ba, it's b, b. Letter ta, the sound is t, t. The letter tha, the sound is. And I actually want you guys to try notice something. I am going to mention it at the end, but try pick up on something. All of the sounds, they have something in common. It'd be pretty cool if you guys can guess it before we actually get towards the end and before I actually mention it, right? As for the letter Jim, its sound is j, j. As for the letter Ha, its sound is h, h. The letter Kha, its sound is h, h. The letter Dal, its sound is d, d. The letter Dhal, its sound is th, th. The letter Ra, its sound is r, r. The letter Za, its sound is z, z. The letter Sin, its sound is s, s. The letter Sheen, its sound is sh, sh. The letter Sad, its sound is s, s. Sad and Sin, pretty similar. They're not the same. They're really close, but they're not the same, okay? Letter Dad, its sound is d, d. The letter Ta, its sound is t, t. The letter Va, its sound is v, v. The letter Ain, its sound is a, a. Pretty hard. This one, there's a little bit of leeway if it's your first time, but I'll say it again. A, a. All coming from the middle of your throat, okay? A. Letter Ghain, its sound is r, r. Letter Fa, its sound is f, f. Letter Qaf, its sound is q, q. Letter Kaf, its sound is k, k. Letter Lam, its sound is l, l. Letter Mim, its sound is m, m. Letter Noon, its sound is n, n. Letter Ha, its sound is h, h. And letter Waw, its sound is w, w. And lastly, letter Ya, its sound is excuse me. Letter Ya, its sound is yi, yi. With that, you should now know the name, the shape, and the sound of every single Arabic letter. What I need you to do before you move on to the next letter, where we'll be looking at the different shapes for the same letter, is that you are able to proficiently say or proficiently pronounce the sounds of the letters, okay? Oh, and before I forget, so the correlation or the connection which every single Arabic letter has with regards to its sound is that the beginning of the name is the sound of the letter, okay? That applies to all of the letters. The beginning of the name is the sound of the letter. For example, if we look at the letter Jim, the beginning is J, hence the sound is J. If you look at Va, its sound is, or its name is Va, hence the sound is V, V. Okay, so if you knew that, if you picked it up, well, better, great. If not, I've told you now, inshallah ta'ala. Right then, I'll see you guys in our next lesson, where we take the next goal, the next principle, and that is recognizing the same shapes of the same letter, recognizing the different shapes of the same letter. And until then, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Bismillah walhamdulillah wa salatu wa salam ala rasulillahi amma ba'd. Lesson number 3 in this chapter, we are going to be focusing on the different shapes of the same letters. Remember guys, if you don't know already the name, the shape and the sound, these 3 things are vital, not only for the letters but everything else moving forward. Name, shape, sound, name, shape, sound. You're going to keep hearing me say name, shape, sound. So get that 3-word combo stuck into your head: name, shape, sound. If you don't already know the name, shape and sound for every single Arabic letter, then please do that first before watching the rest. Otherwise, you are going to be, really digging yourself a deep hole, which you're going to regret afterward. Right. The way we're going to do this is, first let me explain why there are different shapes for the same letters. Arabic writing is all connected, right? You know how in English you can write whilst it's connected, or you can write whilst it's separated. In Arabic, the writing is all connected. So whether that letter appears the beginning, middle or end is going to look different. Same thing in English. If a letter appears at the beginning, if it looks in the middle or at the end, it's going to look different. But the main body of that letter remains the same. Exactly the same in Arabic. If it comes at the beginning, middle or end, it's going to look different. However, the main body of that letter is going to remain the same. For example, if it has one dot below in the beginning, then it's going to have one dot below in the middle and one dot below if that letter comes at the end. By the way, if I say beginning, middle or end, I mean beginning, middle or end in a specific word. For example, we have the word apple. The A came at the beginning of the word, right? But then we have cat. The A came in the middle of the word. And we can also have, for example, alpha, where we have an A at the beginning and at the end. All three of those A's, when I connect that writing, is going to look different, but the main body of the letter A is going to remain the same. So hopefully you now understand why the same letter has different shapes and whatnot. And what we're going to do now is just look at the example which the Sheikh Abdul Mustafa Qasim has given, and try to understand them. Right. Firstly, with the letter alif, in the margin you can see the letter written by itself, no connection, no nothing, the way we've already seen it in the previous lesson. And on the left hand side of the margin is the beginning form, the middle form, and then the end form. I guess a nice way to go about this is just reading the letter each time we see it and trying to point out any notable factors. So we have alif, 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 alif. As you can see, the middle and end, they have an extra line which connects from the previous letter. Okay, as for the letter ba, excuse me, we have ba, ba, ba. The first variation loses one of its teeth. The second variation has, two arms going out, and the last variation is actually similar to the actual, let's just say standard ba, but it has an extra arm which connects to the previous letter. And we see the similar thing for the letter ta, right? So ta, 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 ta. And then we also have two different tas, which we're not going to cover today, but in a future lesson, inshallah, we will. And these are two variations of a letter ta. The name and the shape and the sound are more or less the same. Okay, as for the letter tha, it follows the same thing above. Tha, tha, tha. Jim, again, follows the same thing above. Jim, jim, jim. Right, so you can recognize a pattern. If the letter appears at the beginning of the word, okay, then you're just going to have something extra coming off. And that extra thing coming off is so that it can join onto the next letter, right? If the letter jim or any other letter appears in the middle, it usually have two arms, so that it can connect before and after. And then the last, right, if that letter jim or any other letter appears at the end of a word, usually it's very, very close to the standard version, right? All just with an extra arm connecting to the letter before. Then we have, remember, repeat after me as well. Ha, 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 ha. Then we have kha, 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 kha. Then we have dal, 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 dal. Here people could get confused, I'd say, because the middle and the the last don't really look like, right? They don't really curve as much as the first two, but just try remember that, okay? Next we have dhal, 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 dhal. Then we have ra, 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 ra. Then we have za, 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 za. Then we have seen, 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 seen. Now with the letter seen, don't get confused with what's actually part of the seen and what are the arms, okay? Because if you look at the middle, right, there's so many little bumps and teeth and everything, so it can get a bit confusing, but try your best to focus and find out where those 3 teeth or 3 picks are pointing up so that you can recognize the letter seen. Same thing with the letter sheen, 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 sheen. Then we have sad, 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 bod, 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 bod. Then we have the letter ta, 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 ta. That's probably the easiest one, right? It looks exactly the same throughout. And then we have va, 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 va. Then we have ayn, 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 ayn. I would say this is probably the first letter that we've taken which is like super different. Ayn, that's super different, right? And also its last version, ayn. Okay, so bear that in mind, inshallah. Ghain, 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 ghain. Then we have fa, 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 fa. Then we have qaf, 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 qaf. Now here you can recognize, or you'll be able to realize, that the standard version of fa and qaf, they look somewhat similar, but you couldn't really tell, right? Because one's flat at the bottom and one's more curvy. But as soon as it becomes the beginning version and the, excuse me, I was about to sneeze, and the middle version, you can see that the only difference between them is qaf has 2 dots, whilst fa has 1 dot. So be very careful with that, okay? A lot of people, they fall into this mistake and they recite qaf as they recite qaf as fa and fa as qaf because they never realize how close they are in these 2 versions. Okay, next. Kaf, 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 kaf. Notice that they don't have the S, the small little S in the beginning and the middle version. Then you have lam, 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 lam. Okay, here I am going to explain something. A lot of people get confused and I really want you to pay attention to this, right? Because I don't want you afterwards, Naeem, I went through your course, but I still have the problem of understanding how to tell the difference between alif and lam. I'm going to explain it to you now. This is one of the things which English speakers struggle with a lot. Alif and lam, how can I tell the difference? Alif will not connect to the letter after. Alif will not connect to the letter after. As for lam, it can connect before and after. Doesn't matter. Okay? In other words, alif only connects to the letter before, and as for lam, it can connect to the letter before and after. Because otherwise they look exactly the same. They're just one straight line going upwards. Right, then we have the letter mim, 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 mim. Then the letter noon, 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 noon. And the letter noon follows that, that same family of ba, ta, and tha. Then you have ha, 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 ha. If somebody walked in, they're just probably thinking, why are you watching somebody who's just laughing, right? But no, so there you go, you have the different variations of the letter ha there. Then we have the letter wow, 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 which is really easy because the letter wow is just, there's really nothing to it, right? It's just the arm before it. And then lastly, yet the letter ya, 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 and ya, which again follows the family of noon and ta and ba, right? So here you have the different shapes of the same letters. To make sure you're able to complete this properly, there is a little exam which I want you to take and test yourself. Let me just get that up for you guys now, actually. Right, so the exam is that the following sentence that you see on the screen right now, I want you to be able to spell it out letter by letter in same or similar time it takes me to spell it out. So as soon as I begin, look at the time, and when I finish, look at the time, and make sure you're able to spell it out in similar length. This will train your brain to try and merge all of that letter knowledge together. Right, let's go for it. I'm not going to go super fast, so don't worry. Kaf, ta, alif, ba, sad, lam, alif, ta, alif, lam, mim, sin, alif, fa, ra, ya, noon, wa, qaf, sad, ra, ha, alif. So whether that took 10 seconds or 5 seconds, just double check and make sure your homework for the next lesson, before you can move on to the next lesson, read this or spell out this sentence in the same or similar speed, inshallah. With that said, I'll see you guys in the next lesson. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Bismillah walhamdulillah wa salatu wa salam ala rasulillahi amma ba'ad. Lesson number 4 in our first chapter, and that is with the letter Hamza. So we need to learn the shapes of the letter Hamza, the name of the letter Hamza, and the sound of the letter Hamza. So the name is obviously Hamza. The shape varies, okay, and that's the big part of the lesson. And as for sound, then it's kind of an outlier. It doesn't follow the regular pattern. So previously where we said the beginning of the name equals the sound, here it's just so it's the same sound as the letter alif. So Hamza is the name, is the sound. As for the shapes, let's take them now. The main shape of a Hamza is this, what you could say, the letter, like it looks like the letter C in English. But this letter C, which from now on we're going to be calling Hamza, or more precisely the head of the Hamza, it is too weak the way I like to think about it. It's weak, right? It's like the baby of the Arabic alphabet. It needs someone to sit on or lie underneath in order to be present. So the shapes of the Hamza are actually 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 11. And that is, or 6 you can say. The first one is the head of the Hamza. The second, let's just call this entire box the second shape. The head of the Hamza sitting on top of the alif. Next you have the head of the Hamza sitting below the alif. So that's the third rather. The fourth is the head of the Hamza sitting on top of the waw. The fifth is the head of the Hamza sitting on top of the dotless ya. And the last one, number 6, is the head of the Hamza also sitting on top of the dotless ya. Now the difference between number 5 and number 4 is that the difference between number 5 and number 6 is that number 5 here, the dotless ya appears in the beginning or the middle, and as for number 6, the dotless ya appears by itself or it appears at the end of the letter. Okay, lovely. That's the letter Hamza done. Pretty easy homework for today, and that is just know the name, all 6 shapes, and the sound for the letter Hamza. With that said, I'll see you guys in the next lesson. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Bismillah walhamdulillah wa salatu wa salam ala rasulillah amma ba'ad. Our next lesson, lesson number 5 in chapter number 1, is Hamza al-Mamduda. So we learned what Hamza is in the previous lesson. In this session, we're going to be taking another variation of the letter Hamza, and that's called Hamzatu al-Mamduda. That second word, al-Mamduda, means stretched, okay, or prolonged. A lot of people like to use that word. I personally prefer the word stretched. And it has 2 shapes, so we know what the name is. What's the shape? It is the letter Alif with a squiggly line on top. Letter Alif with a squiggly line on top. This is the shape of the letter Hamza. Okay, we know the name, we know the shape. What's the sound? What's different with the letter Hamza Mamduda? And that is that the Hamza Mamduda, in its sound, it is stretched.
So where previously we said Hamza is ah, Hamza Mamduda is ah. Question: how long do I stretch the Hamza Mamduda for? Twice the length as the Hamza. So if Hamza was ah, Hamza Mamduda will be ah in length, but in complete sound, Hamza Mamduda will be ah. So Hamza is ah, Hamza Mamduda ah. Okay, so that is the Hamza Mamduda complete. You should know the name, the shape, and the sound of Hamza Mamduda. Make sure you revise it, know it properly, and I'll see you guys in our next and final lesson in this chapter of Arabic letters. Assalamu alaikum. Bismillah walhamdulillah wa salatu wa salam ala rasulillah amma ba'd. Our final lesson, lesson number 6 in the Arabic letters. Alif maqsura. What we need to learn is the shape, and the sound of this last and final letter. Okay, I know so far we've only been taking letters, and you may not feel like you make much progress. But remember, like I said, these letters are the foundation of your Arabic reading, so make sure you know them properly. So the name of this letter is Alif Maqsura. The shape, as you can see, is a dotless ya. Dotless ya. And as for the sound, and brothers, please, and sisters, remember what I'm going to tell you. I've taught this book to over, alhamdulillah, 10,000 people, right? And the amount of people who always fail at this particular question is mind-boggling. The shape or the sound for the Alif Maqsura is the sound for the Alif. Sound of Alif Maqsura is the sound of the Alif. So in essence, Alif Maqsura and Alif are the same letter. The only difference is the name and the shape. As for the sound, they sound exactly the same. Whatever we say about the Alif, apply it to Alif Maqsura as well. Alright, whatever we say in the future regarding Alif, whatever it may be, apply it to the Alif Maqsura as well. I'm going to repeat it a third time because people always forget it. Whatever we apply to Alif in the future, whatever we say to Alif in the future, apply it to Alif Maqsura, the dotless ya as well. Okay, with that said, alhamdulillah, we have completed our first chapter. A nice way to wrap up would be going through those goals and ticking them off just as a nice sort of conclusion, right? So you should now be able to know the Arabic letters, the name, shapes and sound. You should be able to read them correctly. You should be able to recognize the different shapes of the same Arabic letters. You should also know the letter Hamza, Hamza Mamduda, and Alif al-Maqsura. With that being said, we'll end the session and the chapter here. Subhanakallahumma wa bihamdika ashhadu an la ilaha illa anta astaghfiruka wa atubu ilayk. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Bismillah walhamdulillah wa salatu wa salam ala rasulillahi amma ba'd. Chapter number 2, we are now going to be going through the vowels and sukoon. As for the introduction of this chapter, by the way, if you don't know what sukoon is, don't worry, we are going to be learning about it in the following lessons. For now, just understand the concept and the word. Okay, the goals for this chapter are 2. By the end of this chapter, you should know about harakat and sukoon. Harakat and sukoon. That's one goal. And again, if you don't know what harakat means, if you don't know what sukoon is, don't worry, we're going to be learning it soon. And your second goal is that you are able to recite harakat and sukoon correctly. Right, lovely jubbly, that's amazing. I'm actually going to give another further introduction to harakat and sukoon, so that at the beginning of our next lesson we can jump straight in. So harakat, the word harakat is vowels. Okay, when we say vowels, we mean harakat, and when we say harakat, we mean vowels. And sukoon is the absence of a vowel. Okay, the absence of a vowel. So when you have harakat, it's like your English vowels, A, E, I, and whatnot. And as for sukoon, that means there's no vowel. Excuse me. When we say sukoon, that means there is no vowel. Tamam. There are, in total, Arabic has 3 vowels. 3 vowels. And we'll be taking one each lesson. First we'll explain what the vowel is, and then we'll take examples, okay? And then with that, I think that's a nice place to stop with regards to introduction. So our next lesson will be our first lesson in harakat and sukun. Bismillah walhamdulillah wa salatu wa salam ala rasulillah amma ba'd. In this lesson we are going to be taking our first lesson in vowels. Like we said in the previous lesson, there are 3 vowels, and today we will be focusing on the first one. Like we mentioned previously with regards to the letters, right? There are 3 main components to every single principle: name, shape, sound, name, shape, sound, name, shape, sound. So we are going to be taking the name, the shape and the sound for the first vowel. The name of the first vowel, it is fatha. Fatha. Okay, as you can hopefully see, fatha. That's the name. Practice the name. Fatha, fatha, fatha. The shape of the fatha is a line above the letter. So you will notice it's different to English. English vowels are actual letters. In Arabic, the vowels are symbols, not actually letters themselves. So you have fatha is the name. The shape is the line above the letter. And as for the sound, then whenever you see a fatha, that means you have an ah sound. Ah. So the question on everyone's mind, especially the beginner, how do I combine between the letter, right, the Arabic letter, and the vowel, the Arabic vowel? And the simple equation is sound of the letter plus the sound of the vowel gives you your total sound. Right, that's why we mentioned right at the beginning that it's the sound that we're focusing on and not necessarily the name of the letter. So for example, to make it super clear, let's look at this letter here. Not even that, well, let's take this letter here, right, Jim. The sound of the letter Jim is J, J. And we just said the sound of the fatha is A. So what we will do is J, A, put them both together, Ja, Ja. Okay, now we're going to take this entire alphabet with the fatha to make sure we know the correct sound for every single letter if it was to have a fatha in the Quran. Right, so make sure you follow along. A, Ba, Ta, Tha. And you will notice these 3, they kind of sound similar to the actual name of the letter themselves, which is no problem. We don't really worried about that. But what we did to get the sound ba, ta and tha is that we had the name, the sound of the letter b plus the sound of the vowel a, b, and a, ba. Right? Let's carry on. Ja, ha, kha, da, dha. Right? Don't say dhal, because remember, we're not focusing on names anymore. We're focusing on just the sound of the letter plus the sound of the haraka, sound of the vowel. Ra. And in this case, that vowel is fatha. Za, sa. Moving on, next line. Sha, sa, da, ta, dha, a, a, gha, fa, qa, ka, la, ma, na, ha, wa, ya. That is the end of this lesson. Make sure, like we mentioned at the beginning of the course, watch the video, watch the lesson minimum 3 times to make sure you have perfected the principle which is being taught, in this case the fatha. The bare minimum is that you can complete this entire table, the one on this page, in less than 10 seconds with the correct sounds of the fatha. Barakallahu feek. May Allah bless you, and I'll see you in the next lesson, inshallah. Bismillah walhamdulillah wassalatu wassalam ala rasulillahi amma ba'd. Lesson number 2 in the chapter of vowels, we are taking examples of the fatha. Remember, fatha is the first vowel. It is the line above the letter, and its sound is a. So we have a bunch of words broken down step by step in the following pages. I want you to copy, firstly listen, and then repeat after me, inshallah. So we have a, akha, akhadha, right? Carrying on. Ba, basa, basata, ta, tara, taraka, tha, thaba, thabata. Carrying on. Ja, jama, jama'a. Next one. Ha, hama, hamala. Next. Kha, khata, khatama. Last one on this page. Da, dakha, dakhala. Good. I believe there's one more page of examples for the fatha. And there is something with regards to this fatha, and it actually applies to all the other vowels as well. I am going to mention it in a while, but if you have picked up on it, that'd be really, really interesting to hear. Right. Dha, dhaha, dhahaba, ra, rafa, rafa'a, za, za'a, za'ama, sa, saja, sajada, sa, sada, sadaqa, a, aba, abasa, gha, ghafa, ghafara, na, naza, nazala. Ahsan, perfect. So here, hopefully, you're actually training two skills at once. Firstly, you're recognizing letters now in actual Arabic words, okay? These words that you have, they actually mean stuff. For example, sadaqa, he spoke the truth. Abasa, he turned away. Ghafara, he forgave. Nazala, it was sent down, okay? So these are actual Arabic words that you're reading and you're practicing. So you're training two skills at once. You're trying to recognize the Arabic letters, and now you're also applying the first Arabic vowel, which is fatah. And slowly, slowly, you're going to see all these things ramp up and they're going to build upon one another. So make sure before you move on to the next lesson, you can comfortably recite both of these pages under 30 seconds. If you can't do that, then it's going to be really, really tricky for you to continue. So really, really push for it and make sure this is super, super strong, inshallah. The one thing which I want you to mention, which is common throughout all of the harakat, harakat is the plural for haraka, okay? Harakat is the plural for haraka. So all of the vowels, they all share that they are not stretched, okay? So I do not say, for example, in the last example that we just read, do not say nazala. No, nazala, without stretching, okay? Perfect. Okay, with that, we've completed our first vowel, fatha, and we'll move on to the next one in our next session. Bismillah walhamdulillah wassalatu wassalamu ala rasulillahi amma ba'd. Lesson number 3 in the chapter of vowels. We are now taking our second vowel, right? Previously we took fatha. Now we're on the second one, and its name is kasra. Kasra. And the shape of the kasra, as you can see here, it is a line below the letter. So fatha was above, kasra is below. Okay, so that's the name, kasra. Took the shape, line below. What's the sound? The sound is E. E. Okay, don't say or E. One tip with regards to the kasra, in order to pronounce it properly, is smile. Stretch your lips outwards. E, E, E. But make sure we're not stretching the sound. Remember we mentioned right at the end of last lesson, don't stretch the sound of the haraka. So I do not say a. Same way, I do not say E. Right? E. So we're going to try our best to read the letters with the kasra, inshallah. E, B, T, fi, ji, hi, khi, di, vi, ri, zi, si, she, si, di, ti, vi, ri, ri, fi, ti, ki, li, ni, ni, he, we, ye. That is the entire Arabic alphabet with the kasra. Make sure you practice it and do not move forward until you're comfortable with this page. And decent level that you should aim to get is reading this entire page within 10 seconds, okay? Right, and once you're able to do that, then feel free to go on to the next lesson where we will be taking examples with the kasra. Bismillah walhamdulillah wassalatu wassalamu ala rasulillahi amma ba'd. Lesson number 4 now in the chapter of vowels, and we will be taking the examples of kasra. Similar to the fatha, we had 3 columns breaking down words step by step. However, in this chapter, or in this lesson rather, with the kasra, we have a mix of both. We have fatha and kasra. Okay, so listen carefully and repeat. Ya, ya'i, ya'isa, aji, ajida, rahi, rahima, bakhi, bakhila, radi, radifa. Carry on going. Shari, shariba, fazi, fazi'a, nasi, nasiya. One more page of examples. Khashi, khashiya, khati, khatifa, ma'i, ma'iya. Let's carry on. Safi, safiha, baqi, baqiya, ali, alima, sami, sami'a, shahi, shahida. Right, with that then inshallah we have completed the kasra. You will notice that it more or less the same thing as the fatha, but instead of an ah sound, it's an e sound. Instead of being on top of the letter, it is below the letter. Before you move on to the next lesson, make sure you're able to read all of these 2 pages within 30 seconds for you to feel like you're really strong in the kasra. Because if you don't, all of these principles that they're going to catch up on you, and it's better for you to spend a little bit more extra time now than having to daunt on future. Okay, because if you don't spend those extra few minutes or extra 10-20 minutes now, then when it comes in the future and you're reciting the Quran, you're going to end up wasting hours. And it was a simple 10-minute fix right now. Yeah, right, I'll see you guys in our next lesson for the 3rd and final haraka, inshallah ta'ala. Bismillah walhamdulillah wassalatu wassalamu ala rasulillah amma ba'd. The 3rd and final haraka, vowel, is called dhamma. Okay, in lesson number 5 we will be going through the next vowel. Its name is dhamma. Dhamma. Its shape, as you can see here, I like to call it a small loop above the letter. Okay, or sometimes even a small wow above the letter, and its sound is oo. Oo. Okay, not don't say or a. Make it a clear oo. Oo. 2 tips for you so that you can correctly pronounce the dhamma. Firstly, make your lips round. And second, push your lips outwards, okay? Ooh, ooh. But do not stretch them, okay? Do not say ooh, boo. Incorrect. Ooh, ooh. Right. Let's take this alphabet, insha'Allah ta'ala. Listening very carefully and repeating it along. Ooh, boo, tu, thu, ju, hu, hu, du, dhu, ru, zu, su. Carrying on. Shu, su, du, tu, dhu, ru, ru, fu, qu, ku, lu, mu, nu, hu, wu, you. With that, alhamdulillah, you have completed the alphabet for the Dhamma. Make sure before you move on to the next lesson, where we will take the examples of the Dhamma, that you can comfortably recite this single page in 10 seconds. Barakallahu feek. With that said, I hope to see you guys in the next lesson. Bismillah walhamdulillah wassalatu wassalam ala rasulillahi amma ba'd. Lesson number 6 in this chapter of vowels, and we will be taking the examples of the Dhamma. Similar to the previous two harakat, the fatha and the kasra, don't forget them. We have 3 columns breaking down words, and step by step we will be trying to read them, okay? And the difference in this set of examples is that the Dhamma will now incorporate, or these examples will now incorporate the fatha, the kasra, and also the Dhamma, I believe. Okay. Ka, kabu, kabura. Make sure, if you're not already, listening carefully and repeating, okay? Ka, kathu, kathura. Fa, fahu, fahuna. Ya, yadu, yaduka. Qa, qaru, qaruba. Ha, hasu, hasuna. Ba, basu, basura. A, adu, aduda. One last final page. Tu, tubi, tubi'a. Dhu, dhuli, dhulima. Ru, ufi, ufiya. Fu, futi, futiha. Qu, quri, quri'a. Not ya, because the hamza sits on top of the letter. Quri'a. Ku, kubi, kubita. Hu, hudi, hudiya. Wu, wudi, wudi'a. And notice how for the Dhamma I'm saying oo all the time. Okay, I'm not saying excuse me. So I'm not saying wo, I'm saying woo, woo. Okay, and that's the same for every single Dhamma previously. So make sure you watch this video minimum 3 times, like we mentioned, for you to get the most benefit. And final thing, before you move on to the next lesson, the final part in this chapter, make sure you're able to read both these 2 pages within 30 seconds properly. With that, I hope to see you guys in the next lesson. Bismillah walhamdulillah wassalatu wassalam ala rasulillahi amma ba'd. The 7th lesson in the chapter of vowels, and that is sukoon. Sukoon refers to an absence in haraka, an absence in vowels. So the name of this principle is called sukoon, which can be translated to silence, okay? The symbol of the sukoon is a circle above the letter, okay? And the difference between sukoon and dhamma in the shape is that sukoon is a complete circle. As for dhamma, it's got, bits, hanging around and flying around everywhere. As for the sukoon, it's just a simple circle. Okay, and as for the sound of the sukoon, this is where you need to pay attention. The sound of the sukoon is the sound of the letter. So there's no extra sound given to when a letter has a sukoon. It's just the sound of the letter. I'll repeat it, it's really, really important. Sound of the sukoon is the sound of the letter. Write that down. Sound of the sukoon is the sound of the letter. I'm telling you a third time because it's really, really important. So if you haven't already written it down, write it down now. Sound of the sukoon is the sound of the letter. Right. Let's take these examples in the alphabet and hopefully it'll let us understand more. Ba, normal. Now with the sukoon, ba. A, ab. A, at. But the reason I'm saying first is just so you can hear what the hamza sounds like, and then when I read it properly, fully with the next letter as well, okay, aj. I'm not saying aja or aji or aju, just aj, akh, ad, adh, ar, az, as, ash, as, ad, at, az, a, agh, af, aq, ak, al, am, an, aw, ay. Not o, a. I'll repeat it. Aw, keeping the sound of the fatha. Aw, ay. Okay? With that, alhamdulillah, you've completed the sukoon alphabet, and hopefully we can see you in the next lesson where we take sukoon examples. The homework for this lesson is that, like previously, be able to read this entire alphabet page within 10 seconds. Bismillah walhamdulillah wassalatu wassalam ala rasulillah amma ba'd. We are now in the final lesson, lesson number 8 of this chapter, where we will be taking the examples of sukoon. And with that comes everything else that we've taken in this chapter. Fatha, sukoon, dhamma, kasra, everything that we've taken so far. Even in qa'idah, the letters in the different shapes. It's a nice way to bring everything together. So listen and repeat. Okay? Ba, ba'sa, sab, sab'a, aj, ajru, yad, yad'u, ar, arsha, nas, nasru, fad, fadlu, bat, batsha. And one last final page of examples for this chapter. Ba, ba'du, mak, makru, qal, qalbi, am, amru, kun, kunta, ahlu, yaw, not yo, yaw, yawma, ghay, ghaybu. And with that, walhamdulillah, you have completed the second chapter. And a nice way to sum up everything that we've taken so far, let's see if we have completed those goals that we mentioned in the introduction. So you should now be able to know what fatha, kasra, dhamma is, and for each one know their name, shape and sound. And you should also know what sukoon is and the name, shape and sound for sukoon. And altogether you should be able to comfortably recite all of the aforementioned principles correctly, fluently, inshallah. Now if you can't do that yet, then it's just a matter of practice. So practice until you can recite these fluently and it just flow off your tongue before moving on to the next lesson. Right? Do not bite off more than you can chew. Stop eating with your eyes and eat with your capacity of your appetite, okay? Don't force yourself to rush forward without having solidified what you've previously taken, right? It's better for you to solidify all of this before moving on to the next chapter. But hey, let's say you have solidified it, then let's go ahead and move into the next chapter, inshallah ta'ala. I'll see you there. Subhanakallahumma wa bihamdik. Ashhadu an la ilaha illa ant. Astaghfiruka wa atubu ilayk. Bismillah walhamdulillah wassalatu wassalamu ala rasulillahi amma ba'd. In our third chapter of the book, we are going to be covering the principle known as tanween. Now, there are a group of principles under this, big word tanween. They've been grouped under the word tanween, right? So in our introductory session for this chapter, let's look at our goals. The first goal is that you learn about tanween. And the second goal is you are able to perfectly recite the letters which have tanween. Okay, so that should give you some sort of insight about what tanween is. Okay, let's explain tanween a little bit more, just so that when it comes to our next lesson, our first actual session in this chapter of tanween, we can dive straight into it without need of any explanation, right? So tanween is a reading principle which kind of acts like a vowel, right? Like the previous vowels that we've taken, the previous harakat we've taken, fatha, kasra, dhamma. The tanween is a combination of the fatha, kasra and dhamma plus the sound of the noon, right? Don't ask me why it's the letter noon, it's just the way the Arabic letter is, right? So you'll have a fatha plus noon, kasra plus noon, dhamma plus noon. So by default there are three types of tanween, and there's no tanween for sukoon because that doesn't make any sense. Right then, hopefully that should give us a little bit of insight with regards to tanween, and I'll see you in our first lesson where we'll be taking the first type of tanween. Bismillah walhamdulillah wassalatu wassalamu ala rasulillahi amma ba'd. The first tanween, also our first lesson in the chapter number 3 of tanween, it is called fathatan. Now half of that word is going to sound familiar, and that is because fatha is the same vowel that we took previously. The only difference in this word is that it has an at the end, okay, or tan at the end. Fatha, tan, and all tan means, or all an means, is two. So fathatan literally translates to two fathas. So the name of the first tanween is called fathatan. The shape of the fathatan is two lines above the letter, and the sound, like we mentioned in the previous lesson, sound of the tanween is sound of the single haraka plus the noon. So the sound of the fathatan is an. Okay, so you have a plus n, because n is the sound of noon, right? And so you'll have an. Let's read the remaining of the examples for us to properly understand. Okay, so we have an, ban, tan, than, jan, han, khon, dan. And you will notice something with regards to all of these examples, and I'll let you guys know what that is at the end. Than, ran, zan, san, shan, son, don, ton, dhon, an, gon, fan, qon, kan, lan, man, nan, han, wan, yan. Right, perfect. So we have the completion of the fathatan alphabet there. And the thing which I wanted you guys to notice was there's always an alif written there. So whenever a letter, and this is a principle which I want you to write down and memorize and note and remember, whenever a letter has fathatan, then it will always have an alif at the end. Written but not recited. I'll repeat it one more time. Whenever a word has a fathatan, then there will always be an alif at the end, which is written but not recited. Okay, in order to move on to the next lesson, make sure you read this entire page in under 10 seconds for you to have a strong foundation before moving forward. And once you have done that, I look forward to having you in the next session. Bismillah walhamdulillah wassalatu wassalam ala rasulillah amma ba'd. Lesson number 2 in the chapter of Tanween. We are now taking the examples of fathatain. Fathatain, fathatan, it means exactly the same thing. There's no difference. It's just a different way of saying two. Fathatan, 2 fathas. Fathatain, 2 fathas, right? So we've got a lot of examples here. We're going to break down the words ourselves this time because it's not been done in the print. And I want you guys to read along with me like you have been doing, okay? And whilst you're reading, there's something I want you guys to notice with regards to the placement of the tanween. That's what I'm going to say for now. But more importantly, practice the examples with me, okay? Na, ina ban, ina ban, maqtan, maqtan, ma, ra, mara, han, marahan, ha, ahadan, ahadan, adhan, adhan, not adhayan or adhyan, adhan. Remember what we said previously, right? When we took the lesson of alif maqsura, whatever we apply to alif also apply to alif maqsura. Okay, if you remember that and if you wrote that down, then that would not have confused you. But if you did forget that and you were confused, then a big chance is that you did not write that down and you never truly understood what that meant. And I fear for you students who have fallen into that, because maybe I've mentioned things again and again and again and again, but you just brushed it over your head. And this is a living proof that maybe because you never wrote something down and because you never took the duty or the care to understand it, it will impact your reading afterward. Right. Khayran, khayran, fawzan, fawzan, ka'san, ka'san, qardan, qardan, wasatan, wasatan, hifzan, hifzan, naf'an, naf'an, remember hamza mamduda, ni, fan, nifan, mulkan, mulkan, haraman, haraman, thamanan, thamanan. With that, you have completed the examples of fathatan, fathatain. Before you move on, make sure you're able to read this entire page within 30 seconds. I think 30 seconds is actually too much, but I'm going to be lenient and hopefully that should be enough for you. That's the most important thing, right? And the thing which I wanted you guys to notice with regards to the fathatain and tanween in general, right, is that tanween only applies at the end of the word. There will be no tanween in the beginning or the middle. It's always at the end. Okay, once you have completed the homework, then feel free to move on to the next lesson inshallah ta'ala. Bismillah walhamdulillah wassalatu wassalam ala rasulillahi amma ba'd. Welcome to lesson number 3 in the chapter of Tanween, where we will be taking the next Tanween. Firstly, its name is Kasratan, which literally translates to 2 kasras. Its shape is 2 kasras below the letter, and the sound, then it follows the same equation or formula that we given previously. The sound of the fatha, the sound of the haraka plus the sound of the noon. So in this scenario, sound of the kasra, which is e, plus the noon, in. Okay, let's complete the alphabet and hopefully it will give us more clarity. Bin, tin, thin, jin, hin, khin, din, dhin, rin, zin, sin, shin, sin, din, tin, din, in, ghin, fin, qin, kin, lin, min, nin, hin, win, yin. Okay, so you notice I said in, not un, right? I didn't say when or fin or right. Some people, they even say ben. Like, it's really wrong. Okay, make sure you get the e sound correct, but do not fall into the mistake of stretching it. Don't say in, be in, right? Just make the e sound clear. Was there something else I wanted to mention? I don't believe so, but make sure for your homework, before you move on to the next lesson, you can comfortably recite this page within 10 seconds. Okay? Bismillah walhamdulillah wassalatu wassalam ala rasulillahi amma ba'd. Lesson number 4 now in the chapter of Tanween. We are now on the examples of kasratain. You should be familiar now with kasratain, and now we're just about practicing, just so we can ground it into our roots, hopefully, inshallah. So listen carefully and repeat, and we are going to break it down ourselves. Yeah, sha, shay, in, la, ha, laha, bin, laha bin, hamza mamduda, ya, ya, tin, yatin, abdin, abdin, fa, safarin, safarin, nafsin, nafsin, furushin, furushin, ardin, ardin, rahtin, rahtin, zar'in, zar'in, jurufin, jurufin, طبقin, طبقin, فلكن, فلكن, رجل, رجل, قوم, and lastly qarnin, qarnin. Okay, with that, alhamdulillah, that is the completion of the kasratain examples. Your homework is to firstly remember the name, shape and sound for this particular principle, this particular tanween, and as always be able to read all of these examples within 30 seconds. And in order for you to do that, make sure you watch this lesson again and again and again, and more importantly, just read those examples, get your tongue used to the Arabic script. Okay, there's no one going to come and give you a magic pill, even though we don't believe in magic. No one's going to give you some sort of energy formula so that the Arabic is going to come to you randomly one day. No, you have to put that work in, right? You have to put that work in. So put that work in, and hopefully you will see the fruits. Once you are comfortable with the tanween, with the kasratain examples, then I'm hoping to see you in the next lesson of dhammatan. Bismillah walhamdulillah wassalatu wassalamu ala rasulillah amma ba'd. We are now in lesson number 5 of the chapter of tanween, and we'll be taking our final tanween, and that is called dhammatan. So the name of this tanween is called dhammatan. The shape is 2 dhammas, and the sound is the that's dhamma and the letter noon. Let's read the alphabet inshallah ta'ala. So we have bun, tun, thun, jun, hun, khun, dun, dhun, run, zun, sun, shun, sun, dun, tun, dhun, run, ghun, fun, qun, kun, lun, mun, nun, hun, wun, yun. Notice how I always said u, right, for the dhamma, and not right? For example, this word here, I do not say fun like the English word, or let's go out and have some fun. No, u, fun, u. Okay, the properties of dhamma always remain in dhammatan. So make sure you're able to recite this alphabet page comfortably within 10 seconds, and once you've done that, then you can start the next lesson on the examples of dhammatain. Bismillah walhamdulillah wassalatu wassalamu ala rasulillah amma ba'd. We are now in the final lesson number 6 in this chapter, the chapter of tanween, where we will be taking the examples of dhammatain. Simply listen and repeat, and hopefully this tanween chapter will have a conclusion. Kutu, kutu, bun, kutubun, ra, hara, jun, harajun, rawhun, rawhun, zaydun, zaydun, shahrun, shahrun, insun, insun, maradun, maradun, zayghun, zayghun, rizqun, rizqun, ifkun, ifkun, adlun, adlun, athimun, athimun, aynun, aynun, kurhun, kurhun. Last two examples. La, connected to the ha, lah, lah, wun, lahwun, wahyun, wahyun. And with that, walhamdulillah, you have completed the examples of dhammatain. But go back minimum 3 times. Remember, minimum, absolute minimum 3 times. Okay, that's only my advice to you, so that you don't fall into mistakes and errors of wasting hours in the future trying to recite the Quran. Okay, let's look at the goals from our beginning of the chapter, and let's see if we have completed them. Okay, so by the end of this chapter, you should now be able to know what tanween is, So that's the name, shape, and sound of tanween. Tanween, not the individual, I'm talking about tanween. Okay, I'll just repeat it for those who forgot. Tanween is the name. The shape, it differs. Okay, tanween as a tanween. When I say tanween, if a person was to ask you what's the shape of tanween, you say it depends or it differs. Okay, because there's not one single shape for tanween. There's 3 different shapes. And the sound, you give the formula: sound of the single haraka plus the sound of the letter noon. Okay, lovely. So then we also have to know the name, shape, and sound for fathatain, kasratain, dhammatain, and then lastly be able to recite the examples of fathatain, kasratain, dhammatain clearly, correctly, fluently. Okay, and with that, alhamdulillah, we have completed the 3rd chapter, and I'll see you once you're ready in the next chapter. بإذن الله الكريم, if Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala wills it. سبحانك اللهم وبحمدك أشهد أن لا إله إلا أنت أستغفرك وأتوب إليك. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. بسم الله والحمد لله والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله أما بعد. Welcome to chapter number 4 in this program, in this course, where we will now be taking the newest principle, also known as shadda. Now this chapter is going to be the biggest chapter in our program, because we are going to be combining between chapter number 4 and 5 in the Medina Arabic principles, and that is because chapter 4 and 5 both revolve around shadda, and I thought it'd be a nice way just to combine them both together so we have few amounts of chapters. And by doing that, we have created the biggest chapter probably. It will be containing of 13 lessons, inshallah. The goals for this chapter is, number 1, that you should be able to know what shadda is, and number 2, be able to recite shadda correctly. Okay, lovely. Let's get that first goal completed in this session here in the introduction. The shadda is the name of the principle. The shape of the principle is a small W on top of the letter. A small W on top of the letter. So you can probably see here, right? On top of the letter Ra, there's a small W. On top of the letter Sheen here, there's a small W. On top of the letter Dal, there is a small W. The more technical term, the head of the scene. The head of the scene. Okay? Okay, so now we know the name is shadda. We know that the shape is the head of the scene on top of the letter. Finally, what is the sound, right? That's the most important thing. The shadda is not a simple sound, rather it requires some explanation. And this is what we will call it. So write this down. Shadda is a symbol to show that there are 2 letters written in one. 2 letters written in one. The first of those 2 letters has a sukoon, and it will always be a sukoon, the first letter. And then the second one of those letters will have any haraka, whether it's a fatha, kasra, or dhamma, or fathatain, kasratain, dhammatain. And that will give us this new form of letter, kind of, where we'll have the letter, in this example, ba, with the shadda, and on top of it, the fatha. Okay, so what we should understand from this is that this ba with the shadda is actually 2 letter bas. The first ba with a sukoon and the second ba with a fatha. Okay, so that is more or less the sound of the shadda. I'll repeat it in a summarized way. The shadda is a symbol to show 2 letters in one. The first is a sukoon and the second has a haraka. Right, then with that, we are ready to go into our first practice session of shadda, where it will become a lot more clear بإذن الله الكريم. بسم الله والحمد لله والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله أما بعد. Our first lesson in the chapter of shadda, we will be focusing on the shadda with fatha alphabet. Okay, so I want you to listen very carefully. I'm going to break it down so that you can understand all the steps that we took in order to get to the final product, the final reading. Okay, so make sure you read it after me. Ab, because it's shadda, right? So the first one is sukoon, ab. But now we also need to read the fatha, so it's going to be abba, abba. Notice how I don't release from the ba, right? I don't say ab, ba. No, it's all one motion with the ba. Abba. Carrying on. Atta, atha. And you're going to notice that I kind of hold the sound of the letter with the shadda. That's really, really important, okay? Because that holding sound is what tells the listener that, okay, this is actually a shadda and the sukoon is audible. If you don't make that holding sound, then it just sounds like a normal letter jim. For example, it should be ajja, ajja. If you don't make the holding sound, the j, then it sounds like aja, aja. That just sounds like a normal fatha. Carrying on. Ah, aha, akh, akha, ad, adda, adha, ar, arra, azza, assa, asha, assa, adda, atta, adha, like that's a bit tricky one, so take your time on that one, okay? Final two. Aw, awwa, ayya. So go through the alphabet again and make sure you're super strong and fluent with it. The homework before moving on to the next one is obviously make sure you watch it a minimum of 3 times, and also be able to read this entire page within 10 seconds. Okay, now when I say read the entire page, I don't mean break it down the way I just did. That would be really great, but at a bare minimum you do the following: abba, atta, atha, ajja, aha, akha, adda, adha, arra, azza, assa, asha, assa, adda, atta, adha, agha, affa, aqqa, akka, alla, amma, anna, aha, awwa, ayya. Okay, you'll be able to do that within 10 seconds. With that then, and once you've done that, I'll see you guys in our next lesson, inshallah. Bismillah walhamdulillah wassalatu wassalamu ala rasulillahi amma ba'd. Lesson number 2 in the Shadda chapter, where you be taking the Fatha with Shadda examples. So listen carefully and repeat it after me, okay? So we have ha, hab, habba, tin, habbatin. Remember this shape here is the letter ta. Naam. Ha, hat, hat, ta, hatta. Ka, kath, tha, katha, ra, kathara, sa, sakh. Because the letter shadda, the shadda letter has a sukoon, so sakh. And then it also has a haraka on top of it, kha, sakha, ra, sakhara, ad, a'ad, da, a'adda, kadha, kadha, ba, kadhaba, حر حرم حرم عز عزة عزة حس أحس حطة حطة خف خفف حق أحق فكر فكر سلم جنة and lastly بوأ. Complete this exercise minimum 3 times here, and once you're able to read this entire page, let's say now let's keep it to 30 seconds. Okay, once you're able to read this entire page in 30 seconds, which is your homework, feel free to move on to the next lesson where I'll be waiting for you, inshallah. Bismillah walhamdulillah wassalatu wassalam ala rasulillah amma ba'd. Really proud of you. May Allah bless you fi dunya wal akhirah and keep us steadfast and firm. We are now in lesson number 3 in the chapter of Shadda, where we are now taking the Kasra. Okay, so it's the same concept of Shadda, nothing changed. However, instead of the letter having a Fatha, the letter of Shadda now has a Kasra. And you'll note here, or notice rather here, that the line for the Kasra, it's above the letter. Usually Kasra is below the letter, right? But the difference between the Kasra and the Fatha when they join the letter with Shadda is that Kasra is below the Shadda symbol, and as for Fatha, it is above the Shadda symbol. Okay, so Kasra will be below the Shadda symbol, Fatha will be above. And just to prove it, so in our previous lesson Fatha was above and now Kasra is below the Shadda symbol. Okay, now we got that out of the way, let's read the alphabet, inshallah. Abbi, atti, athi, ajji, ahi, akhi, addi, adhi, arri, azzi, assi, ashi, assi, addi, atti, advi, a'i, aghi, afi, aqi, akki. But if you don't know all these steps I'm doing, I'll explain in the next one. So that's just a fatha on the hamza, and then al, I'm joining to the lam because the lam has a sukoon hidden within that shadda, so al. And then li, I'm reading the haraka which that letter has, li, I'm putting it all together, al-li. Okay, ammi, ammi, an-ni, أني أهي أهي أوي أوي أي أي. Be comfortable and be able to read this entire alphabet within within 1 minute, within 10 seconds, okay? And once you have done that, then you are ready to move on to the next lesson. Bismillah walhamdulillah wa salatu wa salam ala rasulillahi amma ba'd. Welcome to lesson number 4 in chapter of Shadda, where you will be taking the Kasra with Shadda examples. So listen carefully, and like we've been doing previously, we are going to still break it down because we're still in that process. But the breaking down isn't going to be as slow, right? Sa, sab, bi, sabbi, hi, sabbihi. U, uj, ji, ujji, la, ujjila. You, a, not you wa. Hamza appeared, so it's a. You a, ad, di. You ad, di. Udh, the. Udhi, ba. Udhiba. Bur, ri. Burri, za. Burriza. Ya, yas, sir. Yassir. Ba, bash. Shi, bashi, ri. Bashiri. Hu, hussi. Hussi, la. Hussila. U, utti. Utti, la. Uttila. Nu, wa. Nuwa. Waf, nuwaf, fi, nuwafi. Dhu, dhuk, ki, dhuki, ra, dhukira. Ku, kul, li, kulli, ma, kullima. A, am, ammi. Ka, ammika. Ma, mah, hi, mahi, li, mahili. Ru, du, ghudu, du, ghudu, wi, ghuduwi. And then lastly, zu, zui, yi, zuyi, na, zuyina. Alhamdulillah, that is the end of the Kasra examples with Shadda. Make sure you're able to read that entire page for within 30 seconds as your homework. And once you have completed that, please feel free to move on to the next lesson. Bismillah walhamdulillah wa salatu wa salam ala rasulillah amma ba'd. Lesson number 5 in the Shadda chapter, where we are taking the alphabet with Dhamma. Everything remains the same, just the haraka on the Shadda letter is now Dhamma instead of Fatha or Kasra, which we have taken previously. Right, let's look into these examples. A, ab, bu, abbu. A, at, tu, attu. A, ath, athu. A, aj, ajju. A, ah, ahu. A, akh, khu, akhu. A, ad, du, addu. A, adhu, adhu. A, ar, ru, arru. A, az, azzu. A, as, assu. A, ash, ashu. A, as, su, asu. A, addu, addu. A, attu, attu. A, adhu, adhu. A, a'u, a'u. A, aghu, أغ أف فو أف أق أق أك كو أكو ألو ألو أمو أمو أنو أنو هو أهو أو أو أي أيو. That's the end of the Fatha or the Dhamma examples of Shadda. Make sure you are comfortable in reading this page within 10 seconds. That is your homework. And once you have completed that, feel free to move on to the next lesson. Bismillah walhamdulillah wassalatu wassalamu ala rasulillahi amma ba'd. Lesson number 6 in the Shadda chapter is the examples of Shadda with Dhamma. Let's jump right in, inshallah ta'ala. Okay. Mi, mit, tu, mittu. Ya, bu, yabu. Buth, yabuth. Thu, yabuthu. Hi, hij, ju, hijju. Yu, ra, yura. Raddu, yuraddu. Ta, la, tala. Ladh, taladhu, taladhu. Ta, mu, mur, tamur. Ru, tamurru. Tu, i, tu'i. Iz, tu'iz. Zu, tu'izzu. Ya, ma, yama. Mas, yamas. Su, yamassu. Ahu, ahu. Hush, ahush. Shu, ahushu. Naqu, naqu. Qus, naqus. Su, naqussu. Yahu, yahu. Hud, yahud. Du, yahuddu. Yadu, yadu. Du', yadu'u, yadu'u. Asha, asha. Shaq, ashaqqu, ashaqqu. Yahi, yahi. Hil, yahil. Excuse me. Yahillu, yahillu. Muti, muti. Tim, mutim. Mu, mutimmu. Yadhu, yadhu. Dhun, yadhun. Nu, yadhunnu. Make sure you're able to read this entire page within 30 seconds, okay? And once you are able to do that, then feel free to move on to the next lesson. By the way, just so that you're doing it correctly, when I say read it in 30 seconds, I mean without breaking it down, okay? So I mean that you just have to say mittu, yabuthu, hijju, yuraddu, taladdu, tamurru, tu'izzu, yamassu, ahushu, naqusu, yahuddu, yadu'u, ashaqqu, yahillu, mutimmu, yadhunnu. I did it like within 10 seconds or something. You can double check, I'm not too sure. But you at least minimum have to do it in under 30 seconds. Okay, once you're ready, then I'll see you in the next lesson. Bismillah walhamdulillah wassalatu wassalamu ala rasulillahi amma ba'd. The next lesson, lesson number 7 in this chapter, we are now focusing on fathatain. So let's read the alphabet together. Ab, ban, abban. And remember what we said about fathatain, that there's an alif which is always written but never recited. At, tan, attan. Athan, athan. Ajjan. Ahhan, ahhan. Akhan, akhan. Addan, addan. Adhan, adhan. أرن أرن أزن أزن أسن أسن أشن أشن أصن أصن أضن أضن أطن أطن أظن أظن أعن أعن أغن أغن أفن أفن أقن أقن أكن أكن ألن ألن أمن أمن أنن أنن أهن أهن أون أون أين أين. Be comfortable to recite this alphabet page within 10 seconds, and once you're ready to do so, feel free to move on to the next lesson. Bismillah walhamdulillah wassalatu wassalam ala rasulillah amma ba'd. Lesson number 8, we are taking fathatain examples when they are on a shadda. So listen carefully and repeat inshallah. Hu, hub, ban, hubban. سدا سدا سرا سرا أزن أزن بسا بسا صفا صفا. And don't get confused with the placement of the fathatain, okay? Just because it is on the alif, don't say sof an as in sof and then hamza an, rather soffan. There's a difference. Soffan, sof an. Okay. Also, don't say sof. The ways you can say it. No, that's the only way you can say it. Okay. So just make sure that the fathatain you read it off the fa and not from the hamza. Or alif rather, sorry. Now next one. Haqqan, haqqan, dakkan, dakkan, kullan, kullan, jamman, jamman, afu, afu, wan, afuwan, qawi, qawiyan, qawiyan. Okay, now this example page was really short, so you're not going to get your normal 30 seconds as your homework. I request that you try your utmost best to complete this page within 20 seconds. Bismillah walhamdulillah wassalatu wassalam ala rasulillah amma ba'd. Lesson number 9 in the chapter of Shadda, and we are now taking the kasratain. So let's look at the alphabet and repeat it, yeah? And again, you will notice that the two lines, they're not below the letter, they're just below the shadda symbol. Above the letter, below the shadda symbol. Right, they kind of sandwich together. Okay, abbin, abbin, attin, attin. And remember, the reason why we're connecting is because shadda has that sukoon hidden in it. Athin, athin, ajin, ajin, ahin, ahin, akhin, akhin, addin, addin, adhin, adhin, arrin, arrin, azin, azin, assin, assin, ashin, ashin, assin, assin, adin, din, abdin, din, abdin, din, din, a'in, a'in, aghin, aghin, afin, afin, aqin, aqin, akin, akin, allin, allin, ammin, ammin, annin, annin, ahin, ahin, awin, awin, ayin, ayin. Okay, be able to complete that alphabet page within 10 seconds. Once you're ready and you're able to do that, please move on to the next lesson. Bismillah walhamdulillah wassalatu wassalam ala rasulillah amma ba'd. Lesson number 10 on the shadda. We are now taking examples with the kasratan, same thing. Okay, let's do it inshallah. So you have fajjin, fajjin, marad, din, maraddin, durrin, durrin, havdin, havdin, uffin, uffin, raqin, raqin, sakkin, sakkin, dhillin, dhillin, ghammin, ghammin, sinnin, sinnin, utuwin, utuwin, khafi, khafi, fi, khafiyin, khafiyin. And once again, this is a short example page, so instead of 30 seconds, you should be able to complete this within 20 seconds inshallah ta'ala. And once you have completed that, then I will see you in the next lesson whenever you're ready. Bismillah walhamdulillah wassalatu wassalam ala rasulillah amma ba'd. Lesson number 11, dhammatain with shadda. Okay, so it's the same concept of shadda. It's two letters hidden in one. The first letter is sukun, second letter is shadda. Tamam. Let's read this alphabet page first. Ab, bun, abun, attun, attun, athun, athun, ajjun, ajjun, ahun, ahun, akhun, akhun, addun, addun, adhun, adhun, arrun, arrun, azun, azun, assun, assun, ashun, ashun, assun, assun, adun, adun, attun, attun, adhun, adhun, a'un, a'un, arghun, arghun, affun, affun. Remember, not fon, oo sound. Aqun, aqun, akkun, akkun, allun, allun, ammun, ammun, annun, annun, ahun, ahun, awun, awun, Ayyun. Ayyun. Okay, that's the alphabet page done. Be comfortable that you can complete the entire page within 10 seconds for your homework before moving on to the next lesson. Bismillah walhamdulillah wassalatu wassalam ala rasulillah amma ba'd. Lesson number 12 in the Shadda, where you will now be taking examples with dhammatain when accompanied with a Shadda. Let's look at these words inshallah. So we have ra, rab, bun, rabbun, si, sit, tun, sittun, shu, shuh, hun, shuhun, sad, dun, saddun, sha, shar, run, sharrun, shi, shiqqun, shiqqun, sha, shak, kun, shakkun, hi, hillun, hillun, summun, summun, musi, musi, sin, musinnun, musinnun, adu, adu, du, aduwun, aduwun, ghani, ghaniyun, ghaniyun. Okay, super easy dhammatain example page. 20 seconds is too much. I really want you to push yourself in this example page and read it within 15 seconds, okay? To show you it is possible, I'll do it myself, and then hopefully you can practice until you can get it to that level, okay? Rabbun, sittun, shuhun, saddun, sharrun, shiqqun, shakkun, hillun, summun, musinnun, aduwun, ghaniyun. Okay, I did it in half the time. So practice, and make sure you're able to read this example page within 15 seconds. Right, with that then, once you are able to do that, I'll see you in our final lesson for this chapter of Shadda. Bismillah walhamdulillah wassalatu wassalam ala rasulillah amma ba'd. I am super proud of you. Keep going, keep striving. We are now in the final lesson of Shadda, and as you can see the book, we are more than halfway through, alhamdulillah. And we will be taking 2 Shadda letters in one word. 2 Shadda letters in one word. Sometimes these can get a bit tricky. Sometimes people only emphasize one Shadda letter and they forget the other. So today we're going to be learning how to read them properly. We are going to be taking them a little bit slowly, just so you can completely comprehend the word. And you would notice that these words are not significantly, but a little bit bigger than the words that we've taken previously. Okay, let's begin. Following, listening along and repeating. Repeat. Yuba, yuba, bat, yubat, ti, yubatti, ku, yubattiku, kun, yubattikun, na, yubattikunna. You see the words along, right? So be patient, keep on going, inshallah. Lu, luj, lujji, yin, lujjiyin. Mu, muddath, muddath, thi, muddathiru. Sa, yadh, sayadhak, sayadhak, ka, sayadhakkaru, sayadhakkaru. Dhu, dhur, ri, dhurri, ri, dhurriya, dhurriyatun, dhurriyatun. Mu, muz, za, muzza, zam, muzzammi, muzzammi, lu, muzzammilu. Ya, ma, yama, mas, yamas, س يمس سن يمسن يمسن يش ش يش شق يشق يشق قو يشقق. I like that one. يشقق. Next one. يص يص صع يصع يصعد يصعد يط يطو يطو يطوف يطوف لا ضل لا ضل لا أضل لن لا أضلن لا أضلنه لا أضلنه هم لا أضلنهم. And then lastly أتى تم أتم أتمه أتمه هن أتمهن أتمهن. Okay, walhamdulillah. Walhamdulillah. We have now completed 2 shaddas in 1 word, and that brings us up to the shadda chapter. One last final rule about shadda, and that is if the letter mim or noon have a shadda. So like in this last example, you have mim and noon, right? And this only applies to the letters mim and noon. When the letter mim and noon have a shadda, then you're going to stretch the sound of the mim or noon even longer. So usually we would say something like atammahun. Because of this special rule, we have to say atammahunna, atammahunna. So make sure you remember that rule. Whenever the letter mim or noon have a shadda, then you will stretch the sound of the letter mim or noon. Okay, I really want you to practice this page so that you can read it within 45 seconds, okay? And once you've done that, feel free to move on to the next chapter. Now, but before you do, I am going to read this page in 45 seconds for you, just to show you that it can be done, right? يبتكن لجي مدثر سيذكر ذرية مزمل يمسن يشقق يصعد يطوف لأضلنهم أتمهن. Okay, with that said, I'll see you guys in the next chapter. سبحانك اللهم وبحمدك أشهد أن لا إله إلا أنت أستغفرك وأتوب إليك. بسم الله والحمد لله والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله أما بعد. We are now going to go into chapter number 5 of the program of this course, and we are taking the letter Hamza. More specifically, the title of this chapter is Hamzatul Qat' and Hamzatul Wasl. 2 very important Arabic reading principles. The goals for this lesson are 2. They are firstly that you are able to differentiate between Hamzatul Qat' and Hamzatul Wasl with regards to their recitation and what they look like. And your second goal is you are able to read Hamzatul Qat' and Hamzatul Wasl correctly. Just a heads up, right? The principles that we've taken so far up until today or up until now, they are the most crucial and foundational principles throughout the entire Quran, right? Your letters, the vowels, harakat, tanween, sukun, shadda. Everything else that we are taking, they are very vital, they're very important also, but not as important as the ones that we've taken previously, in the sense where the previous ones are the core building blocks of any Arabic reading you do whatsoever, and what we will be taking now are more specific reading principles, which you definitely still need, inshallah ta'ala. So there will be more specifics and more nuances here and there. Okay, that's the introduction for our next chapter. I'll let you guys go through and we can start with the first lesson. Bismillah walhamdulillah wassalatu wassalam ala rasulillahi amma ba'd. Lesson number 1 in the chapter of Hamza. We are taking the explanation of Hamzatul Qat'i. Firstly, that first half of the name we know, Hamza, it's a letter. But as for the word al-Qat'i, when we say Hamzatul Qat'i, what does al-Qat'i mean? We can translate Qat'i here to mean cutting off, okay? Or sometimes even permanent, okay? Depending the angle you look at it from. So that's the translation of the name. So now we know the name of this principle. What's the shape of this principle? The shape of this principle is the alif, and the head of the hamza is also written either on top or below. So it's an alif with the head of the hamza written either on top or below. And by the way, it will be written on top if the hamza has a fatha or dhamma, and the head of the hamza will be written below if the hamza has a kasra. Okay, so we know the name, we know the shape. What's the sound? What is the cool thing about Hamzatul Qat? Hamzatul Qat is recited at all times. Okay, that is the main thing. Whether anything precedes it or not, Hamzatul Qat will always be recited. You might be thinking, I thought every letter is always recited. No. The few lessons that we take afterwards and next, you will realize and you will come to see that some letters are written but not recited. It's like the letter that we took previously for the tanween, fathatain. There's an alif which is written but not recited. So that's a principle that we already have realized and recognized from before. But as for Hamzatul Qat, it is a letter, or it is a hamza which is written, and if you see it, you must recite it, whether if anything precedes it, comes before it, or not. Okay, so let's look at the first examples and let's see what I mean. So we have asla, asla, ma, aslama. You see, there's nothing before the hamza, yet I still recited it. Now, even though we put something before the hamza here, the wa, I'm still going to read the hamza as normal. So I'm going to say wa, as, wa as, la, wa asla, ma, wa aslama. Okay, there's no change in reading. Hamza is always recited. The example, ma, lu, a'malu. And likewise, wa wa ma, wa a'malu, wa a'malu. So Hamzatul Qat, to summarize, the name is Hamzatul Qat. The shape is the letter alif with the head of the hamza either written above or below it, and the sound is that it will always be recited, never skipped. Once you've understood that properly, it might not make complete sense right now, and that's why you need to watch these lessons 3 times each. But definitely when we do take Hamzatul Wasl, the second part in this chapter, it will completely make sense, inshallah. Bismillah walhamdulillah wassalatu wassalam ala rasulillahi amma ba'd. Welcome to lesson 2 in the chapter of Hamza, where we will be taking the examples of Hamzatul Qat'i. Okay, let's just listen and repeat, inshallah. Ja, aja, la, ajala. Notice how here the Hamza is on the bottom because it has a kasra. Ikhwa, ikhwa, tu, ikhwatu. Uswa, uswa, tun, uswatun. Wa'a, wa'a. And even though something came before this Hamzatul Qat'i, we do not skip it. We are going to read it and make it clear. Sha, wa'asha, shad, wa'ashadda, wa'ashadda. Isran, isran. Wa'a, wa'a. Dha, wa'adha. Dhal, wa'adhallu, wa'adhallu. Wa'a, wa'a. Wa'a'la, wa'a'lamu, wa'a'lamu. Aqra, aqrabu, aqrabu. Fa'anza, fa'anzala, fa'anzala. Aw, not o. Aw, ha, hopefully that should be really clear. Hamzatul Qat, whenever you see the head of the Hamza either below or on top of the alif, make sure you always read it. The homework for this session is that you're able to read this entire page within 15 seconds. So make sure you're practicing a lot. Just to give you guys a demonstration of what that may sound like. Ajala ikhwatu uswatun wa ashadda isran wa adallu wa a'lamu aqrabu fa anzala awha. Okay, practice that yourself, and until you can read it comfortably, do not move on to the next lesson. But once you have, I am waiting for you in the next lesson in this chapter. Bismillah walhamdulillah wassalatu wassalam ala rasulillahi amma ba'd. Lesson number 3 in this chapter of Hamza. We are now in the second half where we will be describing and explaining Hamzatul Wasl. So the Hamzatul Qat, which we took in the previous lesson, we understand, we know the name, the shape and the sound. Let's dive into Hamzatul Wasl. The name is Hamzatul Wasl. Hamza, we already know what that means. It's the name of the letter. And as for al-wasli, it translates to connecting, the connecting Hamza, as opposed to Hamza al-Qat, which we said is the Hamza which cuts off. Okay, so we know the name. What is the shape? The shape is just the letter alif. Okay, so here's where we need to be careful. What's the difference between a Hamzatul Qat and Hamzatul Wasl? In the shape, Hamzatul Qat, the one we took previously, has the head of the Hamza. As for Hamzatul Wasl, the one we're focusing on today or now, does not have a Hamza, it's just the letter alif. Okay, now we know the difference in the shape. What is the difference in the sound? As for Hamzatul Wasl, the one that we are covering in this session, if something precedes it, comes before it, then you will skip the Hamzatul Wasl. But if nothing comes before the Hamzatul Wasl, then you will read the Hamzatul Wasl. Okay, so let's have a look at these examples. We have ibnu, ibnu, wab, skip the Hamzatul Wasl, nu, wabnu, ithna, ithnani, ithnani. Right, read it as normal because nothing comes before the Hamzatul Wasl. And then here, skip it. Wath, wathna, wathnani, wathnani. Now if you're wondering, Naeem, how do I know which haraka to put on that alif, on that hamzatul wasl? That is something which we will cover in the next session. Bismillah walhamdulillah wassalatu wassalam ala rasulillahi amma ba'd. The final lesson in the chapter of Hamza, and we are taking the examples of Hamzatul Wasl. So we're just going to go straight into it and read it. And there is something which we do need to explain, and once we reach it, I will definitely mention it to you. Okay, so remember, as a recap, if something comes before Hamzatul Wasl, I skip it. If nothing comes before it, then I will not skip it. So we have wa, wat, lu, skipping the Hamzatul Wasl because the waw came before it. Then we have u, ur, ku, khud, urkud. Excuse me. Right. So nothing came before the Hamzatul Wasl, so I read the Hamzatul Wasl. The question here is now, and this is the point which I wanted to explain, how do I know which haraka to put on the Hamza when there's nothing written? Here's the simple rule. We need to look at the third letter. So in this scenario, Hamza is the first, Ra is the second, Kaf is the third. So we need to look at the third letter. If the third letter has a dhamma, then the Hamza will have a dhamma. Make sure you write this rule down and you remember it. And then if the third letter does not have a dhamma, then the Hamzatul Wasl at the beginning will have a kasrah. I'll repeat it one more time very quickly. If the third letter has a dhamma, then the Hamzatul Wasl will have a dhamma. And if the third letter does not have a dhamma, then the Hamzatul Wasl will have a kasrah. Okay, hopefully that's clear. Okay, that's the general rule, okay? There are other words, for example this next word, which sometimes you just need to learn, and there's no two ways about it. So we have here ismu. Nothing came before, so we read the Hamza. Okay, before I read it, I want you to have a guess. What haraka do you think this Hamzatul Wasl has? Look at the third letter. So Hamza, Sheen, Ra. This is the third letter. Look at the haraka. Which haraka will the Hamza have? Hopefully you had enough time to answer that. It is kasra. So we will say ish, ra, rah, rah. Carrying on. Fas. Skipping that alif, okay? We do not say fa'as, no. Fas, bi, bir, fasbir, wad, skipping the alif or the Hamzatul Wasl, which is more correct to say actually. Rib, wa, skipping the Hamzatul Wasl. Bu, bud, fal, fi, skipping the Hamzatul Wasl. Fir. Again, have a guess yourself. Which haraka will go on this Hamza? Because nothing comes before it. That means we do want to read it. But which haraka is it going to be? It is a kasra, because the third letter here has a kasra. So it's going to be shif, shif. Excuse me. Right, then we have lastly wan, dhu, dhur, dhur. And that is the completion of the examples, and actually the completion of the chapter itself. So hopefully now, just to revise our goals, you should know the name, shape and sound for both Hamzatul Qat'i and Hamzatul Wasli. Secondly, you should know the differences between their names, their shapes and their sounds. Okay. And then lastly, you are able to correctly recite the Hamzatul Qat and the Hamzatul Wasl. Before moving on to the next chapter, make sure you are able to read this example here within 15 seconds. Once you have done that, make your way onto the next chapter, inshallah. Subhanakallahumma wa bihamdik, ashhadu an la ilaha illa ant, astaghfiruka wa atubu ilayk. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Bismillah walhamdulillah wassalatu wassalam ala rasulillahi amma ba'd. Welcome to the next chapter in this program of the Arabic reading principles, chapter number 6, where we will be going through mad, which translates to stretching. You have two goals in this chapter. The first goal, you learn about the letters of al-maddu al-tabi'iyyu. Al-maddu, we know what that means, stretching. As for al-tabi'iyyu, it translates to the natural. So, al-maddu al-tabi'iyyu, the natural mad. So your first goal is learning about the letters of the natural stretching. And your second goal, you are able to recite the letters of al-maddu al-tabi'iyyu with a correct recitation. Okay. There are three letters of mad, three letters of stretching, and they are the alif, waw and ya, each with their own conditions, which we will take in their respective lessons, inshallah ta'ala. With that being said, I hope to see you in the first lesson of al-maddu al-tabi'i. Bismillah walhamdulillah wassalatu wassalam ala rasulillahi amma ba'd. Lesson number 1 in al-maddu al-tabi'i, and we are taking the letter alif. Maddu tabi'i, the natural stretching mad, the natural stretching of the letter alif. Okay. Whenever you see the letter alif in the Quran preceded by a fatha, then you will stretch that fatha for the length of 2 harakat. What do I mean 2 harakat? 2 harakat refers to the length it takes you to recite 2 harakas, so either 2 fathas or 2 dhammas or 2 kasras. So if it takes me to recite 1 haraka, 2 harakas will be So the length it took me to recite will be the total length in which I stretch the maddu al-tabi'i. Okay. We know the name of this first one is called alif mad. Okay, alif mad. The shape is, like we mentioned, there's the letter alif and preceding it is a fatha. Okay, that's the condition for alif. Alif preceded by fatha. And the sound, stretching it for 2 harakat. So let's look at these examples and read them, inshallah ta'ala. So we have ta, ba, taba. Notice how the ta is long. Why? Because it has the alif after it. The ba is not long because there's no alif after the ba. Okay, the alif needs to appear after the ba. Okay, next one. Kha, kha, fa, khafa. Again, we're stretching the kha because that has the alif after it. We are not stretching the fa because that has no alif after it. Ra, ra, na, ra, na. Next one. So without the alif, it sounds like the normal ta. When we add the alif, ta, fa, ta, fa. Notice the difference in length. Ta, fa. Next one. A, da, ada. And then lastly, qa without, qa with, ma, qama. So practice these 6 examples try to be as fluent as possible in them. You should take no longer than 5 seconds to read all of them, right? Because they're really, really easy. For example, تاب خاف ران طاف عاد قام. Okay, recite them, and as soon as you can do that, then feel free to move on to the next lesson. Bismillah walhamdulillah wassalatu wassalam ala rasulillah, amma ba'd. Lesson number 2 in Mad, the chapter of stretching. We are now focusing on our second letter, which is the letter Waw. So the name of this stretching is called harf maddu waw. Maddu waw. Its shape, its condition is if a waw sakin appears. Hold up, wait a minute. What's a waw sakin? A waw sakin is a letter waw with a sukoon. So any letter which has a sukoon is called a sakin letter. So you can have waw sakin, mim sakin, noon sakin, ba sakin, ya sakin, right? If it has a sukoon, it's a sakin letter. And sometimes that sukoon is not going to be written like the example in our qaida, in our book. So if waw sakin is preceded by a dhamma, then the dhamma will be stretched for the length of 2 harakat. So the name waw mad, the shape or the condition in this scenario, waw sakin preceded by a dhamma, and the effect or the sound is the dhamma will be stretched for 2 harakat. Okay, let's have a read. We have a, u, a'u, u, a'u, ذو أعوذ رأس رسو سو رسول رسول سورة 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 شكو شكو كو شكو رن شكور غفو غفو فو غفور غفور هود هود. Notice we stretched the dhammas which fulfill the conditions. We stretch them for the length of 2 harakat. Likewise, once you're able to read these 6 words within 5 seconds, feel free to move on to the next lesson. I got something in my eye. Right, example. أعوذ رسول سورة شكور غفور هود. Okay, with that then, I'll see you guys in the next lesson. Bismillah walhamdulillah wassalatu wassalam ala rasulillah amma ba'd. Our final and last lesson in the chapter of Mad, the chapter of stretching. We have one last final stretching letter, and that is the letter Ya. So the name of this principle is the stretching Ya or Maddu Ya. Its conditions or its shape is if the Ya sakin is preceded by kasra. And make sure you say sakin. Okay. Also for the waw which we took previously. Waw sakin, ya sakin. You have to say sakin. Because if it's just a normal ya with a fatha, then no, you do not stretch it. You only stretch if the ya is a sakin or if the waw is a sakin. Okay. So that's the name. We've taken the shape and the effect, also known as the sound. It is the kasra will be stretched for the length of 2 harakat. Okay. Let's look at these examples. We have kha, bi, khabi, run, khabirun. Right, I'm not saying khabirun, I'm saying khabirun. Di, ni, dini. Stretch the di, not the ni. Dini. Sha, di, shadi, di, شديد شديد عيش عيشة عيشة قدير 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 مبين مبين. Practice these examples, and once you're able to read them in under 5 seconds, feel free to move on to the next chapter, right? For example, خبير ديني شديد عيشة قدير مبين. Once you can do that, feel free to move on to the next chapter. But before you do that, let's look at our goals and how we fulfill them. So we should now know the letters of the natural stretching, alif wa ya. We know their conditions and we know what they should sound like. And lastly, we should also know how to recite them properly and correctly. Barakallahu feek. May Allah bless you fil dunya wal akhirah. And I hope to see you in the next chapter. Subhanakallahumma wa bihamdik. Ashhadu an la ilaha illa ant. Astaghfiruka wa atubu ilayk. Bismillah walhamdulillah wassalatu wassalam ala rasulillah. The first and last lesson in the chapter, alif after the plural waw. You will notice that in all of these words, they end in a waw and alif. Now we know what the waw is there for. The waw is there because it's a general Arabic rule, plural words end in a waw. Not all of them, but general, okay? And another rule in the Arabic language is that the letter alif is written, not recited, written. Why? To show the reader that this word is in fact a plural word. A plural word. Because sometimes there can be two words in the Arabic language and one will have an alif at the end and the other won't. And they both will mean two different things, okay? We're not too focused on the understanding part of Arabic right now. We just want to focus on the reading aspect. So whenever you see the letter alif after a waw sakin, then what you need to do is just leave it off and don't read it. Okay, so let's break that down. We have the name of this principle, which is the alif after the plural waw. The shape is the alif which appears after a waw at the end of the word, and the sound, the condition, the sound is the alif. This particular alif will not be recited. Let's look at the examples. So we have u, hamzatul qat at the beginning, mi, umi, ru, umiru, ru. Remember, stretching it, maddu tabi'i, right? Waw sakin preceded by dhamma, ru, umiru. Don't read the alif, nothing to do with the alif. Next one, ta, wa, tawa, wa, maddu tabi'i, tawa, sa, tawa, sa, saw, tawa, saw. Nothing to do with the alif. Ja, ja, stretching it, maddu tabi'i, bu, jabu, bu, jabu. Then you have the, qu, qu, stretching it because of maddu tabi'i, qu. Alif is silent. Ra, du, radu, du, radu. Za, ghu, zaghu, ghu, zaghu. Fata, nu, fatanu, nu, stretching because of the waw, fatanu. Qu, stretching it again because of the waw. Again, alif is silent, don't read the alif. Kulu, lu, stretching because waw sakin preceded by dhamma, kulu. Then you have ma, mar, ru, مروا رو مروا نهوا نهوا هو نهوا يأت يتخي يتخي ذو يتخذ ذو يتخذ, stretching it because of the wow which was preceded by the dhamma. Right, so that is the alif after the plural wow. Hopefully you understand it. It's not really a complicated rule. You see an alif after wow, don't read it. Okay, that's all it is. But this page, I really do like it because it combines between everything which you learned before. You got your fatha, you got your kasras, you got your dhammas, you have your hamz wasl, you have mad tabi'i, sukoon, shadda, everything's there. The only thing which is not here in this page is your tanween, which will come hopefully in future lessons. So before you move on to the next chapter, make sure you can comfortably recite this page within 20 seconds. Otherwise you are going to be struggling if you carry on taking more and more and more. With that being said, I hope to see you in the next lesson. Keep up the good work. سبحانك اللهم وبحمدك أشهد أن لا إله إلا أنت أستغفرك وأتوب إليك. بسم الله والحمد لله والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله أما بعد. Welcome to the next chapter in this course, the Arabic Reading Principles, and you will now be going through chapter number 8, Ta marbuta. Ta, we know, is the name of a letter. Marbuta can be translated to round, okay? The round ta. You have two goals in this lesson. The first one, learn about ta marbuta, and second, perfect the recitation of the ta marbuta whilst connecting and stopping. Okay, not connecting, let's say continuing. Whilst continuing and stopping. Okay, so your two goals, learn about ta marbuta, number one, and number two, perfect the recitation of ta marbuta whilst continuing and stopping. Okay, I believe that's all it for the introduction. I just want to take out a moment and say, keep up the good work. Allahumma barik, may Allah bless you. You're doing really, really good. A lot of people would have fallen off by now, but continue to strive and just know that these principles that you learn is what will aid you, inshallah ta'ala, in the recitation of your Quran, possibly the memorization of the Quran, and also 100% without a shadow of a doubt, the understanding of the Quran as well. With that being said, I hope to see you in the next lesson. Bismillah walhamdulillah wassalatu wassalam ala rasulillah amma ba'd. The ta marbuta is the letter ta which is round, right? And you can see it here, for example, at the end, right? This ta, that's a ta marbuta, a round ta. A few things to know about this ta marbuta. Firstly, it only appears at the end of a word. Ta marbuta only appears at the end of the word. Never in the middle, absolutely not in the beginning, only at the end of a word. And there are two rules which you need to learn about it, as you can see. And our goal is actually highlighted or hinted towards that. On the right hand side, we have what the word will read as if we continue, right? If we are continuing. However, if we decide to stop on that word, that same word which is in the right hand side, it will read as something else. Okay? So, the way I like to put it out is, when continuing with a letter of ta marbuta, then read it as a normal ta. Okay. As for when stopping on a ta marbuta, change the ta marbuta into a ha sakin. That is your principle with regards to ta marbuta. Okay. The principle name is ta marbuta. It has two shapes, meaning two set of conditions, whilst continuing and whilst stopping, and each condition has its own sound. Whilst you're continuing, you read it as normal, and whilst stopping, you read it as a ha sakin. Let's look at these two words as an example. So the word is مد طبيعي, stretch. لي عالية عالية عالية. Okay, nothing special there. However, that same word, if you want to stop on it, it will be read as عالي عالية عالية. It won't be written as this, it'll just be recited as this. Okay, next one. فئة excuse me. فئة. And if we stop on the next one, right, it'll be فئة فئة. Hopefully that makes sense. In the next lesson we do have a lot of examples inshallah ta'ala, so it will become a lot more clear. Bismillah walhamdulillah wassalatu wassalam ala rasulillahi amma ba'd. We are now going to be taking the examples of ta marbuta, and we're going to do this table twice. Firstly, we're going to do it if we were to read that word whilst continuing, and then we will read that same word afterward as if we were going to stop. Okay, because we know that there are two different ways to read the ta marbuta, depending on if you're stopping or depending if you are continuing. Alright, let's get into it. So we have the word bara, bara, ra, barara, tin, bararatin, and if we stopped, barara. Okay, next one. تسعة تسعة. That's continuing. And if you were to stop, تسعة. Okay, next one. رحلة رحلة رحلة. And if you were to stop, رحلة. Right, not a normal رحلة. Right, just don't stop on the fatha of the lam. You need to add the ha sound. Listen carefully. رحلة la la. Hopefully that's clear. Next one. زج را زج را تن زج راتن. And if you were to stop, زجرة. Next one. سفا سفا را سفرة تن سفرات. And if you were to stop, سفرة. Next one. سو stretching because of مد الطبيعي. را سورة سورة. And if you were to stop, سورة. Next. فتنة فتنة فتنة. And if you were to stop, فتنة. Next. قسمة قسمة قسمة. And if you were to stop, it will be قسمة. Next you have ليلة ليلتي ليلتي. And if you were to stop, ليلة. And then lastly you have نعمة نعمة نعمة. And if you were to stop, نعمة. Hopefully that's clear. The two scenarios of the ta marbuta. That is the one and only lesson in this chapter. So hopefully you know what the ta marbuta is. You should also know how to read the ta marbuta whilst connecting or continuing, and also whilst stopping. And that's pretty much it. Barakallahu feekum. May Allah bless you fi dunya wal akhirah. And I will see you guys in the next chapter, inshallah ta'ala. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Subhanakallahumma bihamdik. أشهد أن لا إله إلا أنت أستغفرك وأتوب إليك.
Bismillah walhamdulillah wassalatu wassalam ala rasulillah amma ba'd. Welcome to chapter number 9, where we will be taking al-lam al-qamariyah and al-lam al-shamsiyah, which translates to the moon and sun lam. So the moon lam and the sun lam. You have two goals in this chapter. The first goal is you are able to differentiate between lam al-qamariyah, the lam of the moon, and lam al-shamsiyah, the lam of the sun. And secondly, you are able to read lam al-qamariyah and lam al-shamsiyah correctly. Okay, this following chapter is the actual final chapter in the book where we are learning principles, actual Arabic reading principles. So this is the last principle that we will be learning. The remainder of the book is more practice and other things related to the Arabic language, but not necessarily reading Arabic. So yeah, it's a bit exciting, isn't it? It's the last lesson, inshallah ta'ala. I'm just seeing if there's anything else which is important to mention. No, that's all fine. Okay, then with that being said, I hope to see you in our first lesson with the chapter of Lam al-Qamariyah and Lam al-Shamsiyah. Bismillah walhamdulillah wassalatu wassalam ala rasulillah amma ba'd. Lesson number 1 in Lam al-Qamariyah and Lam al-Shamsiyah, we will be learning about what is Lam al-Qamariyah. Okay, so we translated it as the moon lam, but in all honesty, the translation does not mean anything in this scenario at all. It means nothing. It only works in the Arabic language. It doesn't really work in the English language. When we say the letter lam of al-Qamariyah, we are looking for the combination of alif and lam, as you can see. Alif and lam, that's the letter lam. And when we say al-Qamariyah, lam al-Qamariyah, then that is the lam in which we will recite. So the name of this lam is lam al-Qamariyah. The shape of it is the alif and lam, which appear at the beginning of a word, where the lam will have a sukoon on the top. And the sound is, I will read the lam clearly. For example, remember that first hamza is a hamzatul wasl. So when there's nothing before it, I will read it. And if something does come before the hamzatul wasl, I will skip it. Al, a, as, al-asri, al-asri. Waw came before hamzatul wasl, so I'm going to skip the hamza. Wal-a, wal-a, as, wal-asri, wal-asri. Alqa, alqa, la, al-qalami, al-qalami. Wal, skip the hamzatul wasl. Wal-qa, wal-qa, la, wal-qalami, wal-qalami. Hopefully that's clear. Lam al-Qamariyah, if you see alif and lam together, then you are going to read the lam. But if, by the way, this alif and lam, it only appears at the beginning of a word, okay? And do take care, if that alif and lam is preceded by anything, then you're going to skip that alif, because in more technical terms, it is hamzatul wasl. But do not skip the lam, only skip the alif in this scenario. Make sure you know the name, shape and sound for the lam al-Qamariyah. If you're not sure, please watch the lesson again, because I did mention everything you need to know. And once you are comfortable with that, move on to the next lesson. Bismillah walhamdulillah wassalatu wassalam ala rasulillahi amma ba'd. In lesson number 2, we are going to be taking the examples of lam al-Qamariyah. One thing which I did not mention is that this alif and lam, al, it translates to the.
So you will see it a lot throughout the Quran, and that's why it's a crucial principle for you to learn. Al translates to the. For example, here we have al or wal bahri, which translates to and the ocean. Okay, wal hamdu, and the praise. Okay, wal khayla, and the horse, and so on and so forth. Okay, so let's take these examples inshallah ta'ala. Wa wal, skipping hamz al wasl. Ba wal bah, bah wal bahri, wal bahri. Al ja, al ja jam, al jam'u, al jam'u. Wa wal ha, skipping the hamzatul wasl. Ham wal hamdu, wal hamdu. Wal, skipping the hamzatul wasl. Kha wal khay, wal khayla, wal khayla. Al gha, da, al ghadabu, al ghadabu. Wal, skipping the hamzatul wasl. Fa wal fajri, wal fajri. Al karbi, al karbi. Al mulku, al mulku. Al, joining the lam because it's got a sukoon. That's how you know it's lam al qamariyah. Wa al wa'du, al wa'du. Al yamini, al yamini, stretching the meme because of harf ya, the letter ya, mad ya. Okay, before you move on to the next lesson, make sure you're comfortable with reading this all within 15 seconds. Okay, as for an example, okay, you should be saying wal bahri al jam'u wal hamdu wal khayla al ghadabu wal fajri al karbi al mulku al wa'du al yamini. Okay, once you've done that, then feel free to move on to the next lesson. Bismillah walhamdulillah wassalatu wassalamu ala rasulillah amma ba'd. The final lesson in the chapter of lam, and we will be taking the examples inshallah ta'ala. Alright, let's begin. At, skip the lam. Ta, atta, gha, at-taghabu, at-taghabuni, at-taghabuni. الثابي, الثابتي, الثابتي. أدو, الدعاء, الدعاء. الدعاء. الذ, skip the lam. ها, الذهب, الذهب. والساعة, والساعة، والساعة. الشمال، الشمال. الصم، الصمد، الصمد. والطور، والظ, skip the alif, skip the lam. والظ, stretching the dha because of alif mad. He, والظاهر, والظاهر. And then lastly, nu, skip the alif, skip the lam. Nu, stretch the noon because of waw mad. Nuri, Nuri. With that, walhamdulillah, you have completed the chapter on lam al-qamariyah and lam al-shamsiyah. The goals, let's see if you completed them. You should now know what is lam al-qamariyah, what is lam al-shamsiyah. You should now know their different shapes, their different signs, and how to recognize them, and the most importantly, how to read them. Okay, if you don't know and you forgot, go back and watch it because everything is there for you to learn. Tamam. Before you move on to the next chapter, this last one is a very, very nice, final step before we take the words and just implementing all the rules we've taken. So try your utmost best to complete this page in 15 seconds before moving on. Okay, with that being said, we'll leave it here and I'll see you in the next chapter inshallah ta'ala. Subhanakallahumma bihamdik ashhadu an la ilaha illa anta astaghfiruka wa atubu ilayk. Bismillah walhamdulillah wassalatu wassalamu ala rasulillah amma ba'd. Lesson number 3 in the chapter of Lam, we are going to be learning about Lam ash-Shamsiyya. Okay, so we already know there are 2 types of Lam. We've taken Lam al-Qamariyya, the name, the shape and the sound of it. And now to give you the full pie, we're going to be learning about Lam ash-Shamsiyya. Lam ash-Shamsiyya is the name, translates to the sun Lam, which doesn't mean anything. The shape is Alif and Lam again appear at the beginning of a word, but the Alif and the Lam have nothing on it, and the following letter has a shadda. The following letter after the Lam has a shadda. The sound or the effect will be the letter Lam in this scenario is skipped completely. Whether anything precedes it or not, letter Lam here will always be skipped when the letter after it has a shadda. And let's look at the examples here, right? So we have here Hamzatul Wasl beginning. We're going to skip that Lam because there's a shadda after it. Ar-ru, ar-ru-hu, ar-ru-hu. In the second example, we're going to skip both Alif and Lam because the rule of Hamzatul Wasl still applies. And now the rule of Lam ash-Shamsiyya also applies. So we will say wa, war, warru, ru, warruhu, warruhu. Okay. Connect to the dad. Skip the Lam. Addu, addu, ha, addu, ha, ha. Remember, even though it's alif maqsura, adless ya, the rule of mad alif still applies. So fatha and after is an alif. Ad-duha, stretch it. Wad, skip the alif, skip the lam. Wad-duha, wad-duha. Hopefully that's clear with regards to Lam ash-Shamsiyya, and now you should have a better understanding, a complete picture of Lam al-Qamariyya and Lam ash-Shamsiyya. With that said, you can move on to the next lesson where we'll be taking the examples. Bismillah walhamdulillah wassalatu wassalamu ala rasulillah amma ba'd. Allahumma barik, may Allah bless you fi dunya wal akhirah. You have reached the final chapter in this course in the book, the Medina Arabic Reading Principles. This chapter number 10, is all about implementation. You're going to be implementing everything that you've learned throughout the duration of the book, and it's split up into 5 different sections. Okay, there's only one goal in this chapter, and that is you are able to recite words, sentences and paragraphs correctly. Okay, with that then inshallah ta'ala, keep up the good work, and I will see you in the first session in this chapter, where we will be taking 2-word phrases. Bismillah walhamdulillah wassalatu wassalamu ala rasulillah amma ba'd. Lesson number 1, examples of 2 words. So we're going to break down those words and then read them like we've been doing throughout the entire qa'idah, and listen and repeat inshallah ta'ala. And one key thing which I want you to try your utmost best is, whenever we come across any letter or any haraka, any vowel, try your best to think back, okay, this letter falls under this rule, this haraka is this, so I have to do this. Everything related to that specific letter, try your best to remember it. Okay, actively force yourself to remember it, because it's these little moments now where you are forcing yourself to remember and think, that it will become natural afterwards. Okay, so Hamzatul Wasl, ال شدة الله الله رب ربي stretching it because of the ya ربي الله ربي Allah is my Lord الإسلام stretching it because of مد طبيعي الإسلام دي stretching it because of the ya ديني الإسلام ديني Islam is my religion محمد reading it twice because it's shadda محمد remember meme has a shadda stretch it more longer نبي stretching it because ya sakin preceded by kasra. Remember that if the line is below the shadda, then it's kasra. Nabiyyi Muhammadun Nabiyyi al-hayyu. Now do not say here again, okay? Because something has preceded Hamzatul Wasl, you're going to skip the Hamzatul Wasl and connect the Dhamma of the Ya to the Lam here. So we just said Al-Hayyu Yul. Al-Hayyul. Okay? Qayyu. Stretching because of the Waw and the Dhamma. Qayyumu. الحي القيوم العزي stretching it ya and kasra العزيز zul العزيز the same thing with this with this one as it was with the previous one حكي حكيم العزيز الحكيم نعم skipping the lam because there's a shadda on the following letter lam ash-shamsiyya D stretching it because of the ya and kasra الدين nun. Skip the lam, skip the alif. Why? Because this hamza is hamzatul wasl. This lam shamsiya. How do I know that? Because the following letter has a shadda. Ad-dinun na. Si. Nasihatu. Ad-dinun nasihatu. Wabi. Bil. Skip that alif because it's hamzatul waslin. Wabil wa alif and fatha stretch. Wabil wali da. Wabil walida day. Wabil walidaini. Wabil walidaini. إحساء stretch the scene ألف فتحة إحسانا تنوين وبالوالدين إحسانا. Now practice minimum, absolute minimum. Watch this lesson 3 times properly so that you're able to read all of these examples within 20 seconds. Okay, for example,
you'll be saying Allahu Rabbi, Al-Islamu Dini, Muhammadun Nabiyyi, Al-Hayyul Qayyum, Al-Azizul Hakim, Ad-Dinu Nasihatu, and Wa Bil Walidaini Ihsanan. Once you have completed that homework, feel free to move on to the next lesson. Bismillah walhamdulillah wassalatu wassalam ala rasulillah amma ba'd. Lesson number 2 in this chapter of implementation. We are taking examples of phrases which have 3 words. Okay, let's get straight into it. Allah, Allahu, Allahu. I'm going to very quickly mention here something, and that is this letter lam. When it appears in the name of Allah, then we give it a heavy sound. Okay, we say Allah. Okay, so that's why I'm making an sound. Otherwise, letter lam is always la. Okay, right. Allahu, fi, switching to the ya, fi, and now we're going to skip the ya, skip the alif, skip the lam, and go to the sin. Why? Because hamza is hamzatul wasl, lam is lam al-shamsiyya. How do I know that? Because the next letter has a shadda, so that means I need to connect something to the sin. It can't be the ya, because the ya is also sukun itself, so it has to be the next letter, which is a haraka, also known as mutaharrik letter, and that is the letter fa. So fis, sa, ma, sama, ma, samai, samai, Allahu fis samai, ma, alif and fatha, stretch, li, maliki, maliki, yawmi, mid, skip the alif, skip the lam, lam al-shamsiyya, yawmid, di, ya and kasra, stretch, dini, maliki, yawmid, dini, wa inna, shadda on the noon, hold it longer, la, ala, lay, alayku, alaykum, wa inna, alaykum, laha, ha, alif and fatha, stretch, laha, fi, dhi, lahafidhina, wa inna alaykum lahafidhina, innahu, laqur, hamza mamduda, stretch it, laqur'anun, innahu laqur'anun, kari, stretch ya kasra, karimun, innahu laqur'anun karimun, remember third letter kasra, so it's going to be kasra. Rather, the better way to remember, third letter is not dhamma, so it's going to be kasra. Ihdina, stretch, nas, skip the alif, skip the lam, and the reason is the same as the one which we mentioned before. Ihdinas, sira, ra, stretch, sirata, tal, skip the alif, hamza mamdud, hamzatul wasl, siratal mustaqima, ihdina siratal mustaqima, innama, mal, skip the alif, turn to the lam, innamal
Remember, this is the Hamza, not Waw, because the Hamza is written. Mi. Mu'mi. Nu. Mu'minu. Nu. Mu'minu. Na. Mu'minuna. Innamal mu'minuna. Ikhwa. Ikhwatun. Ikhwatun. Innamal mu'minuna. Ikhwatun. Waqulu. Waqulu. Do stretch. And don't read the alif at the end. Waqulu. Lin. Skip that lam because it is lam shamsiyah. Linna. Stretch it. Fatha. Alif. Si. Linnasi. Waqulu. Linnasi. Husnan. Waqulu. Linnasi. Husnan. And with that, alhamdulillah, you have completed the 3-word examples. Your homework is, once again, be able to read all of these within 20 seconds before moving on to the next lesson. So you should be saying, Allahu fis sama'i maliki yawmiddini wa inna alaykum lahafidhina innahu laqur'anun karimun ihdina as-siratal mustaqima innamal mu'minuna ikhwatun wa qulu lin-nasi husnan. Bismillah walhamdulillah wa salatu wa salam ala rasulillah amma ba'd. Lesson number 3, we are taking examples, phrases which have 4 words. Let's get straight into it, inshallah. And you're going to notice now I am going to do the spelling a little bit more fast. So pay close attention. Right now you should be at a level where you can follow along at the pace which I will be going, okay? And look at the cursor if you do get lost. Bismi, mil, bismillah, bismillahi, bismillahi, hir, bismillahir, rahmani, rahmani, nir, rahmanir, rahimi, bismillahir rahmanir rahimi. You did notice I did stretch this meme because it is stretched, but sometimes it's just written with a normal fatha and without the actual stretching of it. Okay. Alhamdu lillahi alhamdu lillahi rabbil alhamdu lillahi rabbil alamina alhamdu lillahi rabbil alamina. Iyaka na'budu wa iyaka na'budu wa iyaka nasta'inu iyaka na'budu wa iyaka nasta'inu. Skip the waw, skip the alif, skip the lam, join to the second lam. Ain joins to the second lam. So there are quite a few letters which we skip there. I'll break it down because I think it's the first time we've had 4 letters skip. So this is a shadda. So we need something before it to connect to it, right? It cannot be this lam because this lam is lam shamsiyah. How do I know that? Because this letter has the shadda symbol. This is Hamza al-Wasl, so we have to skip it. This is Alif after Waw al-Jama'ah, so we said that's never recited. This is the Waw al-Jama'ah itself, and Waw al-Jama'ah is Sukoon, So there's nothing there. And then we have to go back to the next mutaharrik letter. Mutaharrik means the letter which has a haraka, right? So we say ul wa ati'u Allah Allah wa ati'u Allah wa ati ti wa ati'u wa ati'u wa ati'u wa ati'u ra su rasul la rasula wa ati'u rasula wa ati'u Allah wa ati'u rasula wa aqi qi wa aqimu mus. Skip the waw, skip the alif, skip the lam, join to the sad. Excuse me. Wa aqimus la salata wa aqimus salata wa atu wa atu tuz. Skip the waw, skip the alif, skip the lam. Wa atuz zaka zakata wa aqimus salata wa atuz zakata. Astaghfiru Allah astaghfirullah wa atubu ilayhi astaghfirullah wa atubu ilayhi wa ati dhal qurba ba. Remember, yeah, alif maqsura dotless ya takes the same rules as the letter alif. Al qurba wa ati dhal qurba haqqahu wa ati dhal qurba haqqahu. And with that, alhamdulillah, you have completed the lesson where we have four words. From the next lesson, we will not be breaking it down. We will just be reading the word by word, because then the examples and the phrases do get a little bit longer. But before you move on to that, make sure you are able to read this page within, once again, 20 seconds. Okay, so as an example, Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. Iyyaka na'budu wa iyyaka nasta'inu. Wa ati'u Allah wa ati'u Rasula wa aqimus salata wa atuz zakata. Astaghfirullah wa atubu ilayhi wa ati dhal qurba haqqahu. Bismillah walhamdulillah wassalatu wassalamu ala rasulillahi amma ba'd. The fourth lesson in this chapter, we are reading sentences. And in this lesson rather, we are going to do it a little differently. Not breaking every single letter down, but rather we are going to read it word by word. Okay, you need to start making that jump from looking at words as letters to looking at them as words. Okay, it's the same thing that you do in English. For example, if you see the word apple, your head does not go A-P-P-L-E, no, it just apple, right? You can imagine the sentence in your head. The boy is sitting on the fence.
on the bench, okay? The boy is sitting on the bench or on the chair, whatever it may be. But every single word I'm saying, you can visualize it in your head, right? That's because you're doing it word by word. You're not doing it letter by letter. So hopefully we can bridge that gap starting from this lesson. Let's get straight into the examples, inshallah. وَمَا خَلَقْتُ الْجِنَّ وَمَا خَلَقْتُ الْجِنَّ وَال. So that's an alif, we're skipping, joining it to the lam. وَالْإِنسَ وَمَا خَلَقْتُ الْجِنَّ وَالْإِنسَ إِلَّا وَمَا خَلَقْتُ الْجِنَّ وَالْإِنسَ إِلَّا لِيَعْبُدُونِ وَمَا خَلَقْتُ الْجِنَّ وَالْإِنسَ إِلَّا لِيَعْبُدُونِ وَقَالَ رَبُّكُمُ skipping this hamza. وَقَالَ رَبُّكُمُ ادْعُونِي وَقَالَ رَبُّكُمُ ادْعُونِي أَسْتَجِبْ وَقَالَ رَبُّكُمُ ادْعُونِي أَسْتَجِبْ لَكُمْ وَقَالَ رَبُّكُمُ ادْعُونِي أَسْتَجِبْ لَكُمْ. Excuse me. لَيْسَ كَمِثْلِهِ لَيْسَ كَمِثْلِهِ شَيْءٌ لَيْسَ كَمِثْلِهِ شَيْءٌ وَهُوَ Wow connects to sin, okay? Skip the alif, skip the lam. So one thing you do have to take care of whilst reading Arabic is you actually have to look ahead, okay? Because if you're just focusing on this word here, وَهُوَ, without looking ahead, then you will not know that you have to connect the waw to the sin, right? So you will only know that once you start looking ahead. And if you're struggling to look ahead right now, no problem, that does come with more practice, but it's good to have a heads up, right? ليس كمثله شيء وهو السميع البصير ليس كمثله شيء وهو السميع البصير إن الدين عند إن الدين عند الله إن الدين عند الله الإسلام إن الدين عند الله الإسلام خيركم من تعلم خيركم من تعلم القرآن خيركم من تعلم القرآن وعلمه خيركم من تعلم القرآن وعلمه أعوذ بكلمات الله أعوذ بكلمات الله التامات. Make sure ta has to join with the meme. So stretch the ta because of the alif, right? تامات. أعوذ بكلمات الله التامات من أعوذ بكلمات الله التامات من شر ما أعوذ بكلمات الله التامات من شر ما خلق. And the last one. Subhanallah. Subhanallah wa bihamdihi. Subhanallah wa bihamdihi. Subhanallah wa bihamdihi. Subhanallahi wa bihamdihi. Subhanallahil azim. Okay, before you do move on to the next lesson, make sure you're comfortable with this page. And once again, I need you and you yourself, judge yourself, time yourself, test yourself, finish this page within 20 seconds. For example, you have to be saying, وَمَا خَلَقْتُ الْجِنَّ وَالْإِنسَ إِلَّا لِيَعْبُدُونِ وَقَالَ رَبُّكُمُ ادْعُونِي أَسْتَجِبْ لَكُمْ لَيْسَ كَمِثْلِهِ شَيْءٌ وَهُوَ السَّمِيعُ الْبَصِيرُ إِنَّ الدِّينَ عِندَ اللَّهِ الْإِسْلَامُ خَيْرُكُم مَّن تَعَلَّمَ الْقُرْآنَ وَعَلَّمَهُ وَأَعُوذُ بِكَلِمَاتِ اللَّهِ التَّامَّاتِ مِن شَرِّ مَا خَلَقَ سُبْحَانَ اللَّهِ وَبِحَمْدِهِ سُبْحَانَ اللَّهِ الْعَظِيمِ. بسم الله والحمد لله والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله أما بعد. May Allah bless you في الدنيا والآخرة. You are actually on the final lesson in this book, right, with regards to the reading principles. The way we're going to do this is a lot more quick than we've done the previous lessons, okay? I really want you to bridge that gap of, being held by the hand to now you really trying to focus yourself and using your brain power to focus and actualize, okay? What's the saying? You give a man a fish, feed him for a day. You teach him how to fish, then you feed him for the rest of his life. So in this lesson, I'm going to try and teach you how to fish so that you can read for the rest of your life, inshallah ta'ala. Okay, the way I'm going to do that, I'm just going to read each passage once slowly and once fast. That's it. Okay, no more breaking down, repeating again. No, I'm just going to do it once slowly and once fast. Okay. Al-Islam an tashhada an la ilaha illallah wa anna Muhammadan Rasulullah wa tuqima salata wa tu'tiya zakata wa tasuma Ramadan wa tahujjal bayta in istata'ta ilayhi sabilan. Al-Islamu an tashhada an la ilaha illallah wa anna Muhammadan Rasulullah wa tuqima as-salata wa tu'tiya az-zakata wa tasuma Ramadana wa tahujjal bayta in istata'ta ilayhi sabilan. Next. Al-Imanu an tu'mina billahi wa malaikatihi wa kutubihi wa rusulihi wal yawmil akhiri wa tu'mina bil qadari khayrihi wa sharrihi. Al-Imanu an tu'mina billahi wa malaikatihi wa kutubihi wa rusulihi wal yawmil akhiri wa tu'mina bil qadari khayrihi wa sharrihi. And I believe this is the last one. Al-Ihsanu an ta'budallaha ka'annaka tarahu fa in lam takun تراه فإنه يراك.
الإحسان أن تعبد الله كأنك تراه فإن لم تكن تراه فإنه يراك. Right, with that, walhamdulillah, you have completed Al-Qa'idatu Al-Madaniyah, the Medina reading principles. May Allah bless you for dunya wal akhirah. Right, there's nothing else more to say than that. And I ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to keep us from the people of the Quran, and that we are not just a people of reading, but also a people of understanding and implementation as well. Amin ya Rab. But before you can celebrate, there is one last final homework that I think would be very, very beneficial for you to do. That this page, you are able to read it within 30 seconds, okay? So that doesn't mean you have to be pretty quick and pretty fast with it, but it's doable. I'll show you how it's doable by doing it myself now. Okay, starting from here. الإسلام أن تشهد أن لا إله إلا الله وأن محمدا رسول الله وتقيم الصلاة وتؤتي الزكاة وتصوم رمضان وتحج البيت إن استطعت إليه سبيلا. الإيمان أن تؤمن بالله وملائكته وكتبه ورسله واليوم الآخر وتؤمن بالقدر خيره وشره. الإحسان أن تعبد الله كأنك تراه فإن لم يكن تراه فإنه يراك. So make sure you're quick with it, inshallah. And once you can do that, I'm saying you are going to be at a good level to read the Quran at a decent pace. Right, before we do finally part ways, there are two more bonus sections in this book, which, you know, why not go through them? The Shaykh has put them in there so we can go through them. They've got nothing to do with reading per se, it's more punctuation and numbers. Would be quite interesting to see how it goes. With that being said, I love you all for the sake of Allah, and may Allah unite us in Jannatul Firdaus Al-A'la. سبحانك اللهم وبحمدك أشهد أن لا إله إلا أنت أستغفرك وأتوب إليك. بسم الله والحمد لله والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله أما بعد. Chapter number 12 in the Arabic reading principles is a bonus chapter, the first bonus chapter which we will be taking. And depending on how you want to translate the title of this chapter, well, literally it means the punctuation of the script of the Mus'haf. So take that as how you want. I will try to explain what that means. It refers to the punctuation which is used in the Mus'haf. By the way, very, very key point here. We should say Mus'haf when referring to a physical copy of the Quran, and we should not call it Quran, okay? That's really, really important. Quran is what's being recited. As for the book itself, when it's printed out, it is more correct to call it Mus'haf. Okay, the chapters or the goals of this chapter are two. The first one, that you learn about some of the punctuations which are used in the script of the Mus'haf, and secondly, you are able to differentiate between the Uthmani script and the Egyptian writing, okay? Because depending on where you live in the world, okay, the way they print and the way they write the Quran is different, okay? So you see how we have to be very, very careful with the wording we use here. I'm not saying that there's different Qur'ans, no, the Quran is the same. But maybe a person who lives in, for example, Mecca or Medina, as opposed to a person who lives in Egypt or, you know, the subcontinent, the writing of the Quran, they will use different punctuations to mean different things, even though the recitation, the actual Quran itself, is exactly the same. Hopefully that's clear and doesn't confuse anyone. So with that being said, we will, in our next lesson, take our first punctuation, inshaAllah ta'ala. Bismillah walhamdulillah wassalatu wassalam ala rasulillahi amma ba'd. In the first lesson, we are going to be taking the punctuation as it is headed or titled itself, the head of the small ha. And then as you can see here, this is what is referring to. Sorry. No. I think a more better translation would be the small head of the ha. Right? Okay, that's better. the small head of the ha. Okay, what does it mean? Whenever you see the small head of the ha, it refers to the sukoon, sakin. And the Shaykh he mentions, by the way, I'm just reading from the actual book itself, so I don't need to carry on scrolling up and down. Okay, and it refers to the sukoon, and you should recite it the way we learned in the lessons about sukoon. So this is a different way of writing sukoon. But what you will realize, the way we read it is exactly the same as if it was the other type of sukoon that we previously learned. For example, we will say hablun, khalfun, tal'un, qablu, nahnu, wajhi. And you are going to notice in these bonus lessons, I'm not going to spend too much time on the actual reading, because you should only be on these bonus lessons once you have completed the last and final homework of the previous chapter. And once you can do that, there's no reason for me to be reading super slow on these examples. So hopefully that's clear. The small head of the ha also refers to a sukoon. Bismillah walhamdulillah wa salatu wa salam ala rasulillahi amma ba'd. Lesson number 2, we go through the head of the letter sad. Okay, the small head of the letter sad. And that is denoted, as you can see in this box here. What does it mean? It shows, or it will be shown on top of the hamzatul wasl, and it is only recited if nothing comes before it, and if something comes before it, then you do not recite it and you will skip it. So you read it the way you learned it in the lesson about hamzatul wasl. So whenever you see, especially if you come Medina or Mecca, right, and you get one of the Qur'ans, so you get one of the mushafs from the shelf, and you see this little sad, and wait, what? Is it a fatha? What is it? No. All that head of the sad is showing you is hamzatul wasl. Okay? It's showing you a hamzatul wasl. And by the way, all of these punctuation, they've been put here to make it easier for you. So now, you know, whenever you see the small sad, firstly, you'll only see it on top of the alif. And secondly, you now know, okay, that's hamzatul wasl, and I know the rulings of hamzatul wasl. Okay, so for example, we will read here wal baladu, skipping the hamzatul wasl, wat tinu, skipping the hamzatul wasl, and also the lam because it's lam shamsiyah, washajari. I'm not sure if it's what tinu here, it's what tini, washajari, skipping the hamzatul wasl and the lam because it's lam shamsiyah. How do I know it's lam shamsiyah? Because after the lam came the shadda. As-sayfi, I will read it because there's nothing before. Wat-tariqi, and lastly an-nasi. So that is all for the second punctuation. The small sad on top of the alif, refers to a hamzatul wasl. Bismillah walhamdulillah wa salatu wa salam ala rasulillah amma ba'd. Lesson number 3, and we take our third punctuation, and it is alamatul maddi. By the way, whenever we're going through the qa'idah and we're reading these words in Arabic, try yourself to read these words here yourself, you know, the headings and these subheadings and everything. Just, you know, it's extra reading for you to do. Also, the top bits here, try to read all of this and see what you can read and what you can't read, because the more reading you do, the more practice you get. So of course, don't only do this entire program or this course once. Minimum, go through the entire book twice with the method which was mentioned right from the beginning, that you go through each lesson 3 times, etc, etc. And once you are doing that, at least for the second time, any Arabic you see on the screen, try your best to pause and read it yourself. Okay, going back to the principle in this lesson, alamatul mad refers to the signs of stretching. And what it says is, it will appear on the letter of mad, and it is an increase on top of what was mentioned in maddu at-tabi'iyyu. So we already know what maddu at-tabi'iyyu is, and I'm not going to repeat it. You will see this sign of mad
on top of one of those letters. So either an alif or a waw or a ya. And it looks like in this 6 examples, they did not do one with ya. No problem. The second part which I mentioned is it is an increase, meaning it is more long. The stretch is more long. I'm not going to explain how much more long or when is it different in this lesson here, but do find the next course, Quran Made Easy, where all of these extra rules of tajweed will be mentioned. Okay, so let's have a read at them, inshallah. So we have Ja'a. You see the mad is already here. Alif preceded by fatha, and because of this mad symbol here, I'm going to stretch it even longer. Alright, if that wasn't there, then I might have said just Ja'a. Because I can see that sign of mad, I know, okay, it needs to be stretched even longer. Ja'a. Ad-dallina. Okay, so obviously you have your sign of mad here, and also hopefully you noticed you had this small sad, which shows you it's a hamzatul wasl. Fida'an quru'in ma'idatan ha'ula'i. Okay, so that's the third punctuation, the sign of mad. Bismillah walhamdulillah wa salatu wa salam ala rasulillah amma ba'd. Lesson number 4, you are going to learn about the letter Hamza, and then after it appears the letter Alif. Okay, I'm not quite sure why this is here, but we'll mention it anyway. Okay, and what he mentions in the book is whenever you see the letter Hamza followed by the letter Alif, then read it as Hamza Mamduda, the way we did it in the first chapter. And this is called, so whenever you have this combination of Hamza and Alif, it is called Maddu Badal. It's a bit interesting. All of these terms which I mentioned, I'm not going to explain them here, but I will be in the following program, the following course, Quran Made Easy, so feel free to go check that out. And you read this Maddu Badal the way we learned it in the chapter of Maddu At-Tabi'iyu. So whenever you see Alif coming after a Hamza with a Fatha, don't be confused. Read it as what I showed on the left hand side. Okay, so we will not say rather wa'ati, we will say wa'ati. Next one we will say Adamu. And the next one we will say Amanu. And in the last one we will say Al-Qur'anu, not Al-Qur'anu. Okay, perfect. I personally think that's a little bit straightforward. Okay, if you take your previous rules that we've learned about Maddu At-Tabi'i, there's a letter Alif, there's a Fatha before it, okay, I'm just going to stretch it. But if you were struggling with it, then no problem, here you have it. Whenever you see the Alif coming after the Hamza, then make sure you stretch it. Bismillah walhamdulillah wa salatu wa salam ala rasulillah amma ba'd. Lesson number 5, the 5th punctuation rule which we are going to be taking, is titled the small letters after the big letters. I'm referring to the Alif, Waw and Ya. Now there are 3 letters that we are going to be taking this lesson. The Alif Saghira translates to the small Alif, the Waw Saghira translates to the small Waw, and the Ya Saghira, which translates to the small letter Ya. Okay, let's see what it says. The small letters from the letters of stretching, which appear after the big letters, they will be written together. Okay, they will be written together, meaning the small and big letters will be written next to one another, and you will read them the way you have learned in the chapter of Maddu At-Tabi'iyu. So, for example,
The examples of small alif, we have letter dal and a small alif next to it. So we just treat this as mad tabi'i. So instead of saying dhalika, we will say dhalika. Okay? Instead of saying lakini, we will say lakini. Okay? This one's a little bit of a confusing one. But instead of saying malaikatun, let's break it down in steps. Firstly, we will say malaikatun because that small alif takes the role of a big alif. It's just written small. So we'll say malaikatun. But now we have in black on top of the small alif the sign of extra stretching. So we will actually say malaikatun. Okay? Then we have هذا وعدنا. Again, likewise in this one, we will not just say ya ayyuha. We have the small alif, perfect, but we also have the extra symbol, shows us more stretching. So we will say ya ayyuha. Hopefully that's clear. Small waw. An easy thing to remember is whenever you see these small letters, just treat them as a normal big letter. Okay, so if you saw a big waw after a dhamma, then you're just going to stretch the dhamma. If you saw an alif after a fatha, you're going to stretch the alif. If you saw a ya sakin after a kasra, you are going to stretch the kasra. Just apply the same thing here. So we will say ba'dahu hamluhu داوود كأنه نعمته وعده. And then the examples of the small ya. And if you haven't been doing this already, try this yourself. Have a pause of the video and read the examples first yourself, and then play the video and see if you got it right. Okay, it makes you think more than instead of just being a copycat without being offensive. That's totally where that came from my head. Right. Dunihi rahmatihi sabilihi ta'amihi dhahrihi waraihi. Okay. Right. That is the end of this lesson, and I'll see you in the next one for the next punctuation principle. Bismillah walhamdulillah wa salatu wa salam ala rasulillah amma ba'd. Lesson number 6, where you will be going through the punctuation small alif or a small sin above a big letter. Let's read what it says. It says the small alif or the small sin above a big letter will be apparent in recitation instead of the big letter which is beneath it. Whenever you have a small letter above, directly above the letter, for example in the word al-hayata, then you will read the small letter instead of the big letter. Okay, so al-ha, so just imagine that waw isn't there. What would you do? You would stretch the ya. Why? Because alif coming after ya, so alif coming after fatha means stretch, right? So you will say al-hayata. You would say az-zakata and not az-zakawata. You would say as-salata. You will say kamishkatin mawlahu. And here you would read the sin preferably over the sad. You will say yabsutu. Hopefully that's clear, inshallah ta'ala. Whenever you see the small alif or the small sin above the big letter, you will read the small letter instead of the big letter which is beneath it. Bismillah walhamdulillah wa salatu wa salam ala rasulillah amma ba'd. Lesson number 7. You are going through a circle, a thin circle. Okay, a thin circle. And it reads, the thin circle which appears above the alif will be shown on top of the alif. You will recite the alif when you stop on it, and you will not recite the alif if you continue. If I stop on this word ana, I will say ana, ana. However, if I'm continuing, then I will not say ana, I will just say ana. Likewise, ar-rasula, if I'm stopping on the word. And if I'm not stopping, just ar-rasula. And then obviously continuing on with the next word. So for example here, as-sabila, when stopping, as-sabila, when continuing. Adh-dhununa, when stopping, and if continuing, adh-dhununa. Another example, qawadira, when stopping, and qawadira, when continuing. And then lastly, lakinna, when stopping, but when continuing, lakinna. Okay? Bismillah walhamdulillah wassalatu wassalamu ala rasulillahi amma ba'd. Lesson number 8, and this is the final punctuation rule which you learn in this book, and it is titled the complete or the thick circle. Let's read what it says. The thick circle, by the way, if it is taking me a bit long to read it, it's because it's all in Arabic. I'm trying to translate it in a way that makes sense. Okay, yeah, right. It says the thick circle which appears on top of the letters alif, waw or ya, show that the letter is not to be recited. Okay, so here for example, I will not say ulaika, right, because there's a waw and there's a dhamma which comes before it. Sometimes we think, oh, okay, let me stretch that waw. Ula, no, you have a thick circle on top of the letter. Do not read that letter, right? Completely ignore it. So cover it up if you need to, and then you will get the final product, ulaika. And here you will notice as well, for example, look, you have your small alif. On top of the small alif, you have your symbol of mad. So that lam is going to be super stretched. Ulaika Thamuda Qalu Mi'ata Naba'i Yatlu. And if you didn't notice already, these last two examples, the ones I'm showing here with my cursor, qalu and yatlu, that alif is actually a waw after, sorry, that is alif after the plural waw. So look, like I mentioned previously, these punctuations have been put in place to make your reading more easy. So maybe if a person who doesn't completely understand, okay, why is there an alif after the waw, which words are plural when, whenever you see this complete circle on top of the letter alif and you see it's after a waw, then automatically your brain should go, oh, that's a alif after the plural waw. So no need to read it. Right then, with that, alhamdulillah, you have completed the chapter on punctuation. There is one more thing which the Shaykh explains in the explanation, which I'll explain to you guys in the next lesson. Bismillah walhamdulillah wassalatu wassalamu ala rasulillahi amma ba'd. This is actually like a extra bonus lesson, right? It's an extra within the extra, it's a bonus within the bonus. The Shaykh mentioned something here which I think is really important to highlight. It's actually one of the students on the Quran Mastery program asked me this question. When I went through the Qaida with him, which is part of the Quran Mastery program, right, where we one-to-one go through it, I listen to him personally and I give him feedback. Alhamdulillah, back right now, he's currently memorizing the Quran, so Allah bless him and make him steadfast upon it. Say Ameen. Right, he asked me this question, Naeem, this ya, explain it to me, because I thought it's a dotless ya, I'm not supposed to read it, but here sometimes I do read it, I don't read it. What's it all about? Hopefully I'll try my best to take a picture of this and put it on the screen so you can see or whatnot. If I'm not doing that, then hopefully this page here will help. Showing a word,
in either case, you should be able to follow along. Okay, so it says, whenever the letter ya is written at the end of a word, then it will be written without 2 dots below it. Why? I don't know. But here is why this is how you can differentiate between, is that ya, the dotless ya, which appears at the end of the word, is it a alif maqsura, which we took in our first chapter, or is it actually the letter ya? Because sometimes it can be alif maqsura, sometimes it can be the letter ya. Okay, there are two differentiations, or 2 steps. Firstly, if the letter has any type of haraka, for example, if that dotless ya has a fatha, or a kasra, or a dhamma, or it has the sukun on top of it, then treat that letter as the letter ya. So if you have a dotless ya at the end of the letter and it has any haraka, fatha, kasra, dhamma, fathatin, kasratin, dhammatin, even for that matter, or it has a sukun, then treat that dotless ya as the letter ya. If you see that the dotless ya at the end of the letter is without any haraka, nor does it have a sukun, then you need to look at the haraka which comes on the letter before. That's more better, there you go. Right. If the letter before the dotless ya is a kasra, then the dotless ya will be treated as the letter ya. Like in this example, ibadi. And lastly, and if that letter, the dotless ya, which has no haraka, no sukun on it, if before it the letter has a fatha, then you will treat the dotless ya as a alif maqsura, like in the example, al-huda. Right, that is now the end of chapter number 11, the script of the Mus'haf, any punctuation. Hopefully now you should be completely solidified with some of the punctuations which are mentioned in the Mus'haf, at least the most common ones anyway. Barakallahu feekum wa ahsanallahu alaykum. May Allah bless you and preserve you and give you a good life upon righteousness. Until then, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Subhanakallahumma wa bihamdika ashhadu an la ilaha illa anta astaghfiruka wa atubu ilayk. Bismillah walhamdulillah wa salatu wa salam ala rasulillah amma ba'd. Chapter number 13, the second bonus chapter, where we go through the Arabic numbers. You are going to learn, there's only one goal in this chapter, you learn how to read the Arabic numbers properly. So that's what's mentioned in the goals page here anyway. I also want you to be able to learn the different shapes for the numbers and be fluent with them, because in the Mus'haf they write the page numbers in Arabic most of the time, right? Unless you have a Mus'haf which writes the numbers in English. And sometimes it can be a bit confusing, right? I know I have a few students enrolled at the Quran Mastery program where they do not know how to read the Arabic numbers. So I tell them, okay, what page you stop at? And then they said, oh, I think 54. I'm like, okay, go to page 54. I don't know Arabic numbers. It'd be a nice thing just to learn, so it's more easy for you to navigate throughout the Quran, the Mus'haf, inshallah ta'ala. Okay, let's go through it. Starting again from the right hand side, going to the left. All I'm going to do is read that number in English and then read it to you in Arabic as well. You don't need to know the Arabic, but it's a cherry on top for you to do it. Right? For example, if you ever come to Mecca or Medina or any other Arab country, at least you know your numbers up to 20. Okay, so you have this one dot is the number 0, and in Arabic it's also known as sifr. This is the number 1, also known as wahid. This number 2, also known as ithnain. And this is number 3, also known as thalatha. This is number 4, also known as arba. Sometimes for me, at first this was really confusing, because it's just the number 3 but in a mirror. So I always used to think, okay, this is the number 3. No, it's the number 4. Number 3, the way I like to sometimes think about or remember it, it's got 3 spikes. 1, 2, 3. 3 spikes. Anyway, then we have this one, which is number 5, and it is khamsa. The difference between khamsa and sifr is that sifr is just a dot, and a khamsa actually has space in the middle. Okay, then we have number 6, which is sitta. Sitta. Then we have number 7, which is saba'a. Then number 8, which is thamaniya. Then we have number 9, which is tis'a. Then we have number 10, which is ashra. Okay, and then we have number 11, which is ahada ashar. None of these numbers, they will have the ashar at the end, because the ashar refers to 10. Okay, so ahada ashar. Then you have 12, which is ithna ashar. Then you have 13, which is thalathata ashar. Then you have 14, which is arbata ashar. Then you have 15, which is khamsata ashar. Then you have 16, which is sittata ashar. Then you have 17, which is sab'ata ashar. 18, which is thamaniyata ashar. 19, tis'ata ashar. And then number 20, ishreen. Okay, right. Hopefully now you know the Arabic numbers and you won't get confused. With that said, I really hope that you found this course beneficial and you're now able to read the Arabic script, inshallah ta'ala, and you're more comfortable with reading the Quran. Now, since you do know the Arabic script, you have to realize and recognize that the Quran itself has its own set of rules for reciting. Okay, what we just took right now is a general understanding of how to read the Arabic language. But when it comes to reading the Quran, there are more rules for you to learn, which have not been touched upon in this book, in this course. So I really do highly advise you to go through the next level, the next step in this syllabus of Quran Mastery Program, and that is you go through Quran Made Easy. Okay, where you go through the most foundational Quran reading rules, also known as tajweed, that you need and that is required from you to recite the Quran the way in which the Prophet ﷺ revealed it. With that being said, my dear brother and sister, may Allah bless you fi dunya wal akhirah. May Allah bless you in this life and in the next, and grant you all forms of goodness, and grant you a life upon piety and righteousness, and that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, He allows us to die with the kalimatu la ilaha illallah Muhammadun Rasulullah sallallahu alayhi wasallam upon our lips, in our heart, and the actions of our body as well. And I will hope to see you, inshallah ta'ala, in the next course, Quran Made Easy. One last final thing, if you would like to join the Quran Mastery Program, hopefully there will be a link for you to click. If not, there is a number where you can contact the Academy and we can hopefully enroll you onto the Quran Mastery Program. I would love you and leave you here then, inshallah ta'ala. سبحانك اللهم وبحمدك أشهد أن لا إله إلا أنت أستغفرك وأتوب إليك. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.